Mr. E. Good morning, Yuri. How's your day? What's going on? It's going good. I had some interruption with like work and stuff, so I just decided to start streaming because it was like pointless not to stream. So I'm just like, okay, I guess tomorrow starts the new schedule. I don't know. We'll kind of see. Playing it by ear, playing it by ear. But I can't complain. Can't complain. I'm in a good mood. Feeling good. But yeah, just chilling. I'm definitely gonna get this done tonight. But yeah, not I don't have any new news. I think my concrete post is ready to be settled back in and all that good stuff. And or the ground, I'm gonna pour the ground over it. So I think that's ready to go. Everything's pretty chill. Nothing too exciting going on. How's everything going with you? Nice. I walked the dog. I drank some coffee. The typical shenanigans. I just kind of got to work on this water here and kind of clean that up. And I think this picture's pretty done. I still want to work the top a little bit, maybe kind of clean that up. But yeah, the thing came. My work kind of what do you call it? My work kind of didn't happen today, I guess. Well, it did happen, but Not married yet? Me? No. Nope. You guys know me. I don't think I'm gonna get married at this point. I feel like pretty comfortable, like alone. You know what I mean? Kind of enjoying the alone thing. So, why are you married, Misery? Are you recommending it? I don't know. To me, it kind of sounds like I don't know. I'm like, it doesn't sound super appealing. That's so good. I love typical shenanigans. Yeah. Typical shenanigans is the way to go. all I want to do is like draw my free time and stream. And I feel like a marriage would get in the way of that. So, you know, your boy's got to look out for his dreams. But yeah, our feral people are coming along. Just fine. Yeah, dude, you only get one life, as they say. Live in the way that makes you happy. Bro, that is my intention. I just want to draw weird little pictures all day. It's not all I want to do, but like right now, like I said, I'm kind of like not super into gaming and stuff. You know what I mean? I'm kind of like gamered out for a while, so I'm kind of like I'm just gonna take that extra time to stream, I guess. You know what I mean? Like just kind of stream and stuff. Maybe like if I get this done kind of early tonight, I'm just gonna bust out the George B. Brigman book and just practice for the rest of the stream. I don't know. You know, it's hard to say. It's gonna look rough, but it's kind of like it's one of those things where you gotta. Man, this chalky pencils sure like to fall apart when you sharpen them. You gotta be real careful. What the? Sorry, what book? Did I say something about a book? Did I say that? Did I hallucinate saying that? I don't know. I don't think I said a book, but I totally get it if you that's what you heard. No, I was just saying I'm like gamered out, so I'm not like really gaming right now. So I'm like I might as well just spend the extra time doing what I like to do and just gonna draw a little extra, kind of push that angle. I need to figure out how to post on Instagram. I like how people put a song in their picture. I'm like, what the? I need to learn how to do that. I feel like people need to like understand. You know what I mean? Like, I have not used chalky pencils, bruh. That it's where it's at. The chalky pencils is where it's at. It just opens up a lot of opportunity, I feel like. Is that like a pastel? I'm not sure. Yeah, kind of, but like I don't think it's a pastel. But I do have some pastels mixed in with my pencils. I just forgot which one was which, honestly. I just grabbed one and I'm like, I make it work. I just send it, bro. I just sit here and I just send it. I don't discriminate like between what pencils which. I'm like, you're all as long as it's like chalky I can work with it. It's the like the plastic, the wet plasticky ones that it's like you can get to a point of no return, so it's kind of like I don't like using them because it's like you just can't get out of some situations after a while. What the? I gotta throw that in there. It's part of it's part of my Twitch deal. I gotta throw in a what the every 30 minutes. Part of the contract. Would you guys be disappointed in me if you guys showed up and I was like, I had a banner for like a gambling ad? I was thinking about the other day because I was like, like, what would it take? Because I disagree with gambling. I think you probably shouldn't promote it and stuff. But I'm like, man, what if they offered me like $7,000 a month? I'd be like, bruh, bruh. Just like life-changing money. What the? What the? Thank you for the subscribe. Letty Lace. Appreciate that. Damn, boy. Starting off strong. And that's a person that just followed me. What the? What the? They don't even know what kind of crazy things I say. They don't even know. Nice. Thank you. Appreciate that. Damn. Morning starting off strong. Starting off strong, bro. Is my chat working? Yeah, it's working. I don't know why I'm so addicted to drawing concrete. Pencil crayon is almost non-correctable. I fully respect people who have mastered it though. Bro. Yeah. I just don't like the no take backs kind of mentality. I just, But yeah, I get it. Oh, Lottie says misery. Yeah. Thank you. Comrade Soul говорит: привет, товарищ, привет. Привет. I just watch your art and I like it. Ooh, Don Eastly Cocu de la France. Bonjour. Thank you. Now we have like a lot of French people here. I wonder if they're like more into art than other people. France has been like right below the United. Like I look at my analytics, and it seems like France is always second to the highest country. Like it's always like 1% above like Germany and UK. Like they interchange, but usually France is at top, not above the United States because there's just more people here. But thank you to the French. С наступающим, спасибо, да, с наступающим годом. Hype train incoming. What the? By the way, how tired are French people of the frog joke, the baguette and frog jokes? That's got to be getting old. And don't get me wrong, when I first started streaming, I leaned on it hard. Because it's the only thing I knew. See, it helps to like know at least like one word in somebody else's language, so you can kind of like you can hit them with a bonjour, you can hit them with a guten tag, you can hit them with a si senor. Suddenly you're like this. The world is open to you. I have a picture in mind that I want to draw. Because I saw it on it's like I saw this video of Gordon. Do you guys remember in Half-Life 2 when Gordon goes into the portal for the first time and he appears in all these different places and then he accidentally gets teleported to like not where he wants to go? Well, there's like this funny video where he goes to like Eastern Europe. He gets spawned in like some village in like Eastern Europe. Well, I guess he was in Eastern Europe, but you know what I mean, like a different place. And there was some scenery that I really, really want to replicate, like inside of like this small house. I don't know, it just was really compelling looking. So I might do that. I'm not hardcore on that idea, but like I'm kind of tempted to try and do some. I hope you draw a dragon next. You know, maybe I haven't drawn a dragon in quite a while. Maybe I will draw a dragon. I feel like my dragon faces are a little weak. You know what I mean? Like my dragon faces are like a little bit on the weak side. Sometimes they're not quite as dragony as I want, but I do think like drawing a dragon, like drawing dragons and wizards and stuff, I feel like it's like more populous, you know what I mean? Than drawing like concrete nightmares, like industrial hellscapes. I feel like it's kind of a limited population that kind of wants to see that. Not that I'm complaining, I'm just saying like I do think like my art is kind of like is sort of like people are like what do you call it? It's a little bit. I think the Filipinos and the French have been my strongest support groups as far as like nations. The Filipinos and the French have been like the backbone of the show. I just don't know anything, but I don't know how do you make fun of the Philippines. I don't know anything about them, so I can't come up with any jokes. Slipknot fan, hey man, I know I said I was going to start at 5, but plans have changed. You know what I mean? Plans have changed for now, but that will still happen. It's just today, you know what I mean? Sometimes the train derails a little bit. Are you guys excited for 26, or are you slightly terrified like me? I wouldn't mind a T-Rex. We'll get you a T-Rex. Mm, 2026. Are you guys excited for the upcoming year, or are you guys like me, where you're like a little bit like, let's slow this train down a little bit. Let's go into a different gear and. I don't know about you guys, but the last 5 years have been just like increasingly more stressful. Good morning, Slip. How's your day going? Nice. Yeah, we'll have to do another Battleship Day one of these days. Not even thinking about 2026. I know. Yeah, just taking it one day at a time. I understand. Kind of the same here. I'm not expecting anything from 2026. Nice. You want a battleship again? We'll have to do it sometime. Yeah, we'll have to do it sometime. It did fry my brain. Like, for some reason, doing words and numbers along with drawing, it was fun last time. Oh, yeah, it was a good game. It's definitely, like, It's not a complicated game, but, like, it is when you're, like, drawing. It kind of becomes, it's like, nice to see you. Yeah, I want things to just chill the hell out. I know, yeah. I think for me, the breaking point was when, like, computer prices started to go up, like, dramatically. It's like, the just computer components are so expensive nowadays that, like, you have to be like a sort of a pretty successful person. Like, it just hurts to spend, like, crazy money on computer parts when the first car you bought was $500, and I drove that for 7 years. So it's kind of like, if I got the video card I wanted, it'd be like $500. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I don't know, man. It's actually more than that, but you know. My day has been alright so far. I started watching an interesting horror uh, called I, Madman. Nice. I think we managed to smooth out all the potential issues that came up when playing the game involving coordinates. Yeah. It was still hard on my brain, though. It was still hard for me, if I'm being honest. Like, I'm not good at keeping track of stuff. We ran into all the problems that came up with communicating our moves. Well, I think you did a great job with rectifying that, because I didn't do anything to help. I just followed your lead. But yeah, I think you did a great job with that. It required a lot of my, like, concentration to not write down the wrong hits on the wrong piece of paper. You know what I mean? That was the difficult part. I have a good idea to stay on top of recording our move. I have a good idea to stay on top of recording our moves. I was checking out Flotar's stream this morning because I thought I wasn't going to be able to stream. And he was doing shading for frogs and stuff. Guys, go check out Flotar. He's like an incredible artist. Like, he's really actually, like, skilled. Like, actually skilled. Guys, the guy knows what's up. I could write your name next to your move. Bro, that would be a good idea. So that way when you look back at the messages in chat, yeah, putting like a Foros. Well, I don't want to make you type out all that information. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to make it like too much of a hassle. But yeah, that would probably help to do like name, hit, you know. You can see the move you said, just in case you forget to mark it down. Yeah. I'm honestly like I'm actually like really digging this piece. Not to toot my own horn, but I gotta toot it a little bit. I'm actually starting to like really like this piece, like as a whole concept. I did get snacks this time. Maybe I can use emojis. F10. Oh, United States F10. That's a good, bro. That is a good idea. Yeah, and it'll get the nationalist fervor going using country. Yeah, and then it'll get people excited. You know what I mean? Getting that nationalist fervor is a part of it. See, it's like I'm playing for my nation, bro. I can't lose. Like Rocky, yeah. We can also play the other game you were talking about with like where you have to make like is it 4 or 5 things in a row that you got to get in that one game, where you have like the where like they go on top of each other, the circles, and you got to get so it's like that Chinese checkers kind of a it's like that Chinese chess kind of a thing where you have like the rocks and you got to get so many of them in a line. You got to keep blocking the other person. I feel like I would not do well at that. Ivan Drago versus Rocky Balboa. You know, when I was like younger, I did kind of look like Ivan Drago a little bit at some like when randomly I cut my hair really short one time and went to school and people were like, "You look like Ivan Drago." But like I do think when I was younger I did kind of look like him a lot, but like I think my face changed as I got older. It's called Connect Four. Nice. Yeah, I think that one would be fun. But that one's actually like I like Battleship because it's kind of like it's a there's a little bit of like randomness to it. There is strategy obviously, but there's a little bit of like it's like I just didn't get lucky. But if I get beat really bad at Connect Four, it'll just expose me. You know what I mean? It's like it's too actual. Like you're actually having to think about your Timu Ivan Drago. True, true. No, it's okay. I get it. I get it. Carolina says, "Hi everyone, how's your day? It's going really good, thank you, thank you." We're just refining the artwork. I kind of just kind of cleaning things up and just kind of getting it for the final push here. Carolina, I'm still waiting on that video you said you would show us of you in a documentary. I'm super interested. Unless you're not comfortable, then that's fine. But I want to see a video of you. Looks like the old subs. Yeah, it does look like at least like a facility that maybe built them or something. So Carolina was telling me the other day that there's a documentary out there of an old Swedish documentary movie from when she was designing submarines, and she's in it for like 2 seconds. And I'm like, bro, I want to see this bad. Hedgehur Mardu. I've been watching sub movies all day. Nice. If it's not a secret, how do people know? Like, how does a sub create counter pressure internally so you're not being crushed, right? Like, I understand there's like a pressurization process. Seriously, looking like Drago is really cool. He's one of my favorite Rocky characters. Yeah, he was definitely like one of the more like flat, like exciting ones. Let me go to my headphones here. The music. I like Das Boot. Future Oil was saying he likes Das Boot. I've never seen it. The sub has 2 hulls, one inner and one outer. With that, they can change the pressure so that the sub can go up and down. Oh, wow. So there's an external ship and like an internal one. That's interesting. Das U-Bot. Nice. The movie I found where I'm in is so old that it looks like Das Bot. Nice. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I want to see that. It's hilarious to see technique was top notch then, and now it looks so old. The technology was top notch then. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it is interesting to think like even I grew up basically without the internet. You know what I mean? Like basically I grew up without the internet, and now here it is. I'm streaming online, and it's relatively affordable. It's kind of crazy if you think about it. It's just crazy how people were able to maintain relationships without the internet. It's like it's so hard to, you know what I mean? Like before you could like instantly reach anyone at any time. The movie is from 1987, and that is almost 40 years ago, halfway from World War II. That is crazy. Yeah. I remember in Das Boot they had to rub something called petroleum, which looks like Vaseline on the torpedoes. Is that to reduce the friction of the water? What the? Never knew torpedoes needed to be lubed low. I guess maybe the friction of the water was the reason. I don't know. Cause don't swimmers cut their hair off and stuff like that? Don't they like shave their legs and stuff for that very reason, to like reduce the water friction, so they're like a slippery little frog? I guess we learn something new every day. There was an old that was in the old days. Slipknot not needed any longer. They don't use the lube anymore. Okay, that was the old times. I'm gonna have to cover myself in Vaseline next time I go running to see how much faster I get. Reduce that, shave everything off, and just cover myself in Vaseline so I can just run faster. I can't tell you how it works. All these secretive sub people, they just can't tell us any of the secrets. I get it though. I get it. I don't blame you. Oh my god, 666 Instinct, thank you for the follow, appreciate that. You can see some of it in the movies. It's four parts and it's all in Swedish. Nice, that'll be a good opportunity to listen to Swedish. For some reason, I always thought Swedish would sound more like German, but to my ear, to my unknowledgeable ear, it kind of doesn't. It doesn't sound very like Germany. They sound like completely different. I will post it on Discord and show where I'm included. It is so fun to see. I know. I'm like shaking in anticipation. I'm like, I need to see this. I can barely contain my excitement. Also, it's just that like when when people randomly in chat tell you they worked on subs, I'm like, okay, okay, sure. I mean, I totally believe you now. I'm just saying. I was, you know what I mean, when random people are like, "Oh, I used to design submarines." I'm like, okay. I mean, you know. Now I'm like, I'm a believer. And back then, it must have been a lot harder because you guys didn't have like computers. You guys had to do it with like a ruler on a piece of, on like chalkboards. You know what I mean? Like do the whole design without Blender. I don't know what they use. You know what I mean? It's like back then it was like, it must have been a nightmare with all the blueprints and everything. Really sounds cool. I know. I'm like, I need to see this. Because it's like the height of technology. You know what I mean? It's like, how many people are smart enough to work on a submarine? You know what I mean? Like, you have to be like the smartest person ever. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be in the tippity top tier of like the most educated and cognitively functional people ever. And I'm like, okay, well, those people are not on this stream for sure, right? Like, I'm like, what are the chances that somebody had anything anything to do with submarines is here? Because it's like a rocket ship, but more complicated, right? Or maybe, I don't know if it's more or less, but, you know. Isn't the world so interesting? How the cookie crumbles. It's like, whoa. Somebody that works in submarines watches my stream, bro. Victory achieved. Thank you for the follow. Oh wow, bro. Just calls us out of our mediocre intellects, though. I was just kidding, but you know what I mean, like, it's like, what are the chances of that happening? It's like if somebody went to space and then they watched my stream, I'm just like... I say that because I'm one of you guys. I'm not the smart people, so that's why that's why it's so shocking. Have you guys heard me read chat? That should have been a dead giveaway. Yuri, I found a Connect 4 template. I put it in Yap. Nice. Did you want to try and play it? Yeah, I'll check it out real quick. Discord, Yap Chat, A B C D E F G. Nice. So it's six. It's 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7 this way and 6 that way. I think I can do this. Yeah, sure. Okay, let me get a piece of paper. I need to get a piece of paper really quick, guys, and I'll be right back. But we're gonna play Connect 4. This is gonna really expose me because Battleship is a game of luck ultimately. Hello, is this a snorkel? Is this a snorkel? Is this a snorkel? I'm not sure what you mean. The gas mask? It's just he's just wearing a gas mask. It's super piece of cake. Yeah, until you watch me play it. 1 second. Let me go get a piece of paper and embarrass myself in front of 10 people. 1 second. Okay, you need 2 colored pens to fill in the holes. Well, I can just do O's and X's, right? I can just do O's and X's. Looks like the Snork from the game Stalker. I do know what you're talking about. No, it's not. It's just, this is, I just wanted to draw, like, basically these were synthetic people that got 3D printed and all the humans died in a catastrophe and they're just surviving. But this was a human 3D printer. That's what this is. Okay, let's do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. You can find it under Movie Talks now. Okay, I will definitely take a look at it. I'm super curious. Did you put a timestamp on... Can you write the timestamp of where we can find you specifically? Alright, I'm gonna go first, because I'm most likely to lose. It has to be like it has to start at the bottom, right? Or you can go Slipknot fan. You let me know. You let me know how you wanna proceed with the initial move. You can find timestamps at 2 places, and it's so short that I only can see that it's me. Only I can see that it's me, but the second part I can also hear my voice. The second one in showing the back of my head, where you can see my long hair in a braid. You used to have braided hair too? Hold on, Yuri, ads are playing. Okay. I'm getting ready. Okay. No, I think if a submarine designer watches this show, that means really smart people watch it in general. I really like how I did the yellow at the bottom, like, and then it goes into that bluish hue up there. I think that works really well. You are surrounded by the smartest people, Yuri? Nice. By the way, in this game, there's no need to hide each other's moves. No, I figured, yeah, because you can... Flop Kill says, this is awesome. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Another really smart person. Look at that. Nice. You can show what's happening on cam if you want. Yeah, I'll hold it up. When I make my moves and stuff. You want to go first? I think I should. Now they would normally fall to the bottom, right? So it has to be like my first moves has to go to the bottom. So I'm gonna go D1. U for Yuri. Wait, we gotta wait for Carolina. She's in ad hell. Hold on. I don't want to accidentally pen this up. I gotta remember what I'm holding. Always falls to the bottom. Alright. That's helpful to remember. I have to simulate that in my head, like physics. See, this game is already hard. I have to simulate advanced physics in my mind. United States went D1. Nice. Okay, A1 is slip. He's already blocking me, bro. He's already not letting me have it. I'm gonna have to go with I'm gonna have to go with. I'm gonna have to go B1. B1. Okay, so he's going B. Oh, did I say? Yeah. Okay, that you're just reiterating the move. Okay. E1. And then I'm gonna go. F1. I'm gonna go F1. Ludo Goliath says hello, nice drawing. Thank you, Ludo. Thank you so much. Yeah, I saw the knight you drew on Instagram. Very nice. I saw the knight you drew. Very good stuff. Thank you. Trying to draw armors again. Yeah, the armor looks good. A2 is Slipknot. I'm gonna go ahead and do a. I'm gonna go ahead and do B2. Crap, broke my lid. B2. D2 is Slipknot. D2 is Slipknot. D2. I don't like this. I don't like how he's thinking right now. Wow. Are you guys seeing this? I don't like that at all. I feel like he's setting me up for something here. I don't like this. I don't like that. Suddenly, I don't like how this is going. I felt good about it a second ago. I'm gonna have to go E2, bro. I'm gonna have to hit you with the E2. What is it? Oh, we're playing Connect 4. If I start losing, it's gonna turn into Connect 5. Alright? That's how that's gonna go. Or are you asking me what the picture is? So basically, if you're asking about the picture, basically, so these are 3D printed synthetic humans, and they're feral because they never got the firmware update. But humans have died out, and now they're just surviving off of scraps of rat meat. It's a fun idea I had. First Transit, welcome, man. Thank you for the Yoshis. Yo, my guy, good afternoon. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. Alright, he did D3. D3 is Slipknot, okay. I don't like how he's doing this, like... He's blocking all my moves. I'm gonna have to do... I'm gonna have to go D4. No. I'm gonna have to do... He's leaving me not a lot of good options to connect 4 of them. Why is this game so hard? I got it. I don't even know what to do right now. I'm just gonna have to put a U down somewhere. 3E? Like, all I can do is go up now. Like, that's all he's giving me. Sorry, I got this in the bag, I'm pretty sure, but... He's playing tricky. He's playing tricky. He's, like, pulling out his best moves. If he wasn't blocking me, I'd win. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. A3. You leave me no choice. I have to go A4. I have to go A4. You're leaving me no choice. I don't know. He's got me on the ropes a little bit, and that's what I don't like, is how he's like thinking ahead. And that's what's messing me up, man. England goes d4. England goes d4. Slipknot. Okay, d4. Again, putting me in the corner with these moves. I'm gonna have to go 5d. I feel like I'm getting set up here. I really do. I feel like he set me up, but it's like... Okay, I'm gonna have to go d... 5, d5. See, he's playing the long game. That's the problem. Even the music is intensifying. I feel like I'm already I've already somehow lost. I just don't realize how it's gonna happen yet. Oh no, he's gonna try. He's gonna try and build this up right here. He can do a double connection here. Well, I don't know. I'm just not liking how I'm responding to all of his moves now. E4. E4, okay. E4 is Slipknot. I'm gonna have to go B3. Wait, let me see. Is he about to connect somewhere? Hold on. I can't let him win. He's got 2 here. He's got... I'm about to go B... B3 is me. B3. He's going. Oh, that's me. Okay. Okay, he's going B4 because he has to, right? That makes sense. He has to go B4. I'm gonna have to hit him with the old I'm gonna have to hit him with the old. Let me make sure he's not about to connect some. Okay, let me do some soft math here. Hold on. I'm gonna have to do a Furrows, my great-grandfather's non-relatives distant stranger. Furrows, my great-grandfather's non-relatives distant stranger. Nice. I'm gonna have to do some high-level like 4D chess moves and do a 5E. I don't know why, but I feel like that's gonna come in handy later. Unless he just beat me and I just don't realize it. I feel like I remember the music starts getting bad here. At least I don't like it after that point. How's it going, username? E5? Oh yeah, that's me. This art looks like me inside my bathroom. Okay, E6. E6 is Slipknot. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go 2F. I'm going 2F. Your detailing is god level. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Are you playing battleships? No, we're playing Connect 4. What are those things you're writing? Connect 4. I'm playing somebody on YouTube. It's a battle of great minds right now. Two of the sharpest minds on the internet are going at it. Truly the battle of the generation. F2. Oh, that's me. Sorry. I keep thinking when you list out my move that it's you. Never mind. I feel like I should have like added some kind of object here. You know what I mean? Like some kind of I can still do it. Like add in like some kind of a sphere or something. Like a. This would be level with us. This plane would be completely level with us. England goes F3. England goes F3. Slipknot fan goes F3. I'm gonna go F4. I'm gonna go F4. Coolio, yo, my man. Thank you for the slimy sharks emojis. Sorry, I'm just in the middle of battle right now. I gotta prove my manhood. Actually, I kind of want to do something a little different. I want to make this a little bit bigger and put a human in there. Like they're sort of being 3D printed, but it's inside of these sort of biospheres, or at least that's a suggestion I want to kind of put into people's minds, is that like there's these floating biospheres like that were in the water, and the bodies are kind of like 3D printed and bred in there, so they like come to full development after they kind of go through the process. So they still have some hatching to do, kind of like a womb process. I think this is gonna be a neat idea. Neato. Yeah, he looks like he's a little too small for the size. I need to kind of put his body kind of like more in there. He's way too small for like what I'm trying to do compared to him, because he's like a little bit in front here. Sorry, player. I gotta fix my mistake. The scale here, it doesn't like make sense to me. But I want to do like this kind of like they're still inside the bio wombs kind of thing. Like that's how they're being 3D printed in the water. Kind of like think of 3D resin printing combined with a womb. And the synthetic people will be finished in there, kind of like synthesizing. I think that's going to be a super killer idea. Made my move. F5, F5. Um... I don't think I have too many choices because he's got a lot of S's lined up in ways I don't like to see. So I'm gonna have to hit him with this one, which does nothing. But problem is he was thinking too hard, and that's why he's beating me. If he would just chill out, we wouldn't be in this predicament. I have to go here. I have to go here. Oh, sorry. When I say here, I mean G1. That's a G1. We're gonna have to play again if I feel like I've already lost because I'm seeing a lot of S's and like rows, and I'm like, he's not giving me options. That's the problem. He's thinking too far ahead with his strategy, and it's messing up my strategy of winning. G1, yep, that's me. What game? What paper game is that? Connect 4. England goes A5. A5 is A5 Slipknot. I'm gonna have to go. I don't have a choice, bro. Like, I'm screwed. I have to go G2. I don't know. I don't have a choice. It looks like I'm about. It looks like I'm like it's GG because it's only a matter of so many moves before I have to go here, and he's gonna connect 4. So I can't go here. He's ruining my plans. Where did I go? What did I just say? I forget. Oh yeah, I went G2. Next game, we're going to have to play something that involves a lot more luck as a factor because this isn't working out. F6. I'm gonna go D6. D6. I'm going D6, bro. I don't have any choices. Yep, D6. A6. A6 is Slipknot. Alright, I'm gonna have to go. I didn't know if you... Wait, hold on. Am I hallucinating this or did I win? Because it goes U. And then G3. Right? I connected the 4. I didn't know if you noticed it or not. I'm like, I don't know if you're letting me win. But I'm like, I had to do you dirty. I was like, I put my U there, and I was being humble. It's like, oh, I don't have a choice, but really, I was lining up a shot. But anyway, I connected the 4. It was all part of the plan. I definitely didn't see that at the last second. Right? They're connected. Didn't see that? Nice. That's why I was playing it humble. I'm like, oh man, he's got me on the ropes. He's got me on the ropes, bro. But I just knew, like, I don't know. I had to play it humble. But you had me, like, the way you blocked me in the beginning of the game, like, all my options was, like, to go up. I did win. I still got it. Good game. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I thought, like, the first half of the game, you just kept blocking me. I felt like I had to keep responding to you. I was just, like, blocking, your moves, and I was afraid I was like slowly walking to a trap where it's like I kept saying, like, okay, I gotta go here, and then you'd, like, line up a quick 4. But the way you lined up the C line, it's like I couldn't touch the C line at all because I'm like, okay, that's instant death because there's just S's everywhere. So I'm like, I can't go there. I just had to be like, that played out well. That was a good game. I'm surprised. Oh yeah, you couldn't go to the C line either because I had the U, I had U on D, B, and A. So anybody that went to C would let the next person win basically. So, like, nobody could touch the C line at all. I had to just conjure up something out of thin air. I should have been swifter. Yeah, it's a good little game because it's like, even though it's like this strict logic game, it's still like you still feel like you're on the back foot sometimes, even though like it doesn't. It's like you should never. You know what I mean? It's like I felt like I was like trying to like swat away flies the whole game. I think it'd be fun. Honestly, it's kind of a good stream idea. Like if someone could organize two people to like play for hours, it'd actually be kind of a fun stream idea to like either play people this way or like play even like Warhammer online like that. You know what I mean, through the stream. I think that would be like a dope like stream idea. There's actually one cheat move that disables someone to always win. Cheat move that disables someone to always win. But I forgot what it is. Yeah, I'm sure there's something. Isn't the Chinese one you gotta get like 5 or 6 in a row and they don't drop down, you just like try to line them up and you're countering each other. I think that one's a good one to play, but I think that one might be like a little too complicated because of like the scale of it. For like this, you know what I mean, it'd be easier to have a board and just two people not communicating through the internet. But I would avoid using it because it makes the game pointless. Yeah, no, I have no idea what it is. I'm just playing to the true spirit of the game. Like I'm just rolling with the punches. So. Chinese checkers is tough. Yeah, that one would be rough. Why don't they just patch the game? Asks Frogman. I don't know. I think they can. You can just agree that that's an illegal move or something. Unless someone was smart enough to like play it to where you didn't like notice that they were playing an alternate version of that move somehow. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to like think that far ahead to be like, here's a move that's gonna like block whatever you're doing like 4 moves from now. But I'm just kind of going with the flow. It would become obvious if someone is using it. Yeah, they would always win. Yeah. This is how chess feels like. I don't play chess. I would just get upset if I was playing chess because it's like it's this prestigious game that I would always lose at. I don't even want to. I forget how you do the switch, like when you switch your tower with your king, like all those like special moves I don't know how to do, and I don't know. Chess is too. You know what I mean? I don't want to dabble into chess because it's one of those games that you can like lose your entire life into, pour years of your life into, and I just never like. I'm just kind of light core player. You ever played the box game? You put a grid of dots and connect them to make boxes 1-2 dot line at a time, unless you close a box and then you get another line. I love chess, but it does make me upset. I love chess, but it does make me upset. Yeah. Yep. I remember in high school I joined the chess club. I remember like they put this kid that was pretty good against me. I only went there literally one time to the chess club, and he was like as he was playing, you could tell like his face was like, you could kind of tell he was just like, why would you even do that? Like he like I knew I was gonna lose. Like I could feel and he could feel that I was losing. It's just that he knew how that was gonna happen, and I had no idea. And like he would just like look up at me and be like, bro, Like, why are you doing that move? Like, so I kind of didn't. I just when it comes to strategy games, I enjoy building buildings, spawning my armies, moving them out. You know what I mean? I need that. I need the action. It's important to play against people at a similar skill level. Yeah, bro, they put me up against like a not a champ, but you know what I mean. He was like the good player out of that bunch, and I'm just like, I got destroyed, and it wasn't even like it's not even like I could have put up. You know what I mean? There was no fight to be put up. I just like lost, and he was like questioning. You know what I mean? You could tell he was just concerned for like the rest. He was concerned for my future, like how my life was going to play out based on how I was playing that game. He's like, this isn't looking good for you. I like chess, but I suck at it, lol. Yeah, in theory, I like chess. Like, I think it's cool to have a chessboard in your, like, if you got a big house, just to have it out there to let people know you know what I mean? But I don't want to play chess because it's, you know what I mean? He internally facepalmed. Yeah, you could feel it too. He like felt sorry for me. My 7-year-old niece likes to play chess, and she's getting to the point where she can win. Oh yeah, I would never play I could never play a small child and lose to them. There would be I would like I'd be like, hey, look at that bird, and then I would, you know what I mean? I'm not losing to a 7-year-old. Nah. My internet is a bit bad right now. It's all right. That was a good game though. Now we know we can play Battleship on stream, and we can play Connect 4. I'm just glad I won the second game because I'm like, bro, I can't lose 2 games in a row. You know, I gotta get my rate up. I found the name of that Chinese player. It's Wu Ziqiu, 5-piece chess. Oh, the name of the Chinese game. Yeah, I hear that that's the one that can't train the AI to play well, or the AI is like it's like I don't know if that's true or not, but I heard that's like that's a tough game to like program the AI to play really well. Or I don't know. I've heard that game is like it's much more complicated than chess in some ways. I really like this edition. It kind of really tells a story about this place, kind of thing, with making humans, printing them in the water, kind of thing. Maybe I should have like some goo dripping down. You know what I mean? Like some evidence of like so to like sell the idea that this is like being I don't know. I don't know if I like that line. You can play Gen at Connect 4 or Battleships. Yeah. Well, once my schedule changes and I have to start streaming at 5, I don't think she can make it. I think her job prevents her from watching the stream, which is unfortunate. Today, my schedule didn't change, so I just started streaming. This is what I felt before with my uncles. I thought they just want to teach us so they can wipe the floor with us in the game. Yeah. I used to play it all the time with my Chinese friends online. Oh, really? Nice. I don't think I'm gonna add anything there. We played it on the casual game site. Gotcha. Yeah, it'd be a lot easier to play something like that with that because of the. I think there's just more. There's more things going on in that game. I'll send some images of what the game looks like in Yep. Yeah, I'll send. Well, yeah, we only. I guess we only need one copy. I think my brother and I played. I think my brother and I played with me a few times. I don't remember us getting hooked to it. Good life skill though. Yeah. Like I said, I'm keeping my chess skills that I know how the pieces move, and that's about all I need to know. You know what I mean? That way, no one. No, if I say I know how to play, people are going to be like, "Would you like a game?" I'm like, "No, no, thank you." Because the problem with like 1v1 strategy games is it's not like a shooter game where there's like 30 people, and you're like, "Oh, that was a good little game, we lost," but you know what I mean. There's a lot going on. When you're losing to someone one on one, it's a different feeling when they're slowly encircling you and doom is coming. The level of dread that you feel is indescribable when someone's just out, like clear out, like outplaying you easily. It's not a good feeling. Like it's a hard. It's not a super fun existence. Okay, I'm gonna hit this with a brush and like refine this a little bit because he is a little bit closer. I kind of want to get this egg looking a little bit more refined, and then I think that picture is done, and I'm just gonna move on to the next picture. Like I said, I was thinking of doing like this weird living room situation with a monster in it, or I guess someone said dragon, so I might just do a dragon. I haven't done a dragon in a while, so. Dragons are fun to draw, yeah. And I haven't done one in quite a bit, so. I think my favorite dragon is the one that you see from behind. Oh, nice. Yeah. That's the game I was talking about. I think you got to get 5 in a row in that game, and yeah, that's a really good one. See, it'd be harder to do that one because the grid is so much bigger. It would take a lot of like forethought to like plan it out, but it's doable. I think the top image I sent was the exact game I played with friends. Yeah. Dragon fighting a T-Rex. I'm feeling really good about that. It's not as dark as it looks here because the whatever is blowing the contrast way out of proportion. But it does need to be a little bit darker. But it's not as dark as it looks here. This looks crazy pitch black. Okay, I feel like I'm done. I think we'll call this a day. We'll call it a day for this one. My dystopian science fiction 3D printed humans kind of a thing. I was at kids' table this Christmas and just talked with my 4-year-old cousin about dinosaurs. Nice. They are pretty cool to talk about. Oh meow, meow! I broke my chalky pencil. Damn. I can't be trusted with anything, guys. Let me go make a coffee really quick. I'm gonna brew up coffee and I'm gonna get another page ready. And I'm gonna start on the dragon. Let me go get that paper really quick. Slip, no, just a dragon. I don't know, the T-Rex dragon thing. It feels Michael Bay. You know what I mean? I'm getting Michael Bay vibes off of that. Let me get this off of here, and then I'm gonna brew up coffee, and then I'm going to start a new one. But yeah, because of the Instagram format, I usually cut off a few inches because it's going to be a square anyway. I might have to cut off even more a little bit for the final post. So there's like no reason to kind of like draw out the full thing. But I'm very happy with this picture overall. I think it makes sense even though there's a lot going on. I think the only thing I kind of regret is the lights. It's like it added nothing really, and it's like confusing. I think it would have been better if I just kept it like colder without the lights. I think they kind of like added nothing in hindsight. But yeah, overall, I really like this picture. I think once it goes through the digital, once I go through Krita and add a little bit contrast and like some of the, for the pop, for that like digital looking pop, it'll look really nice. Gorgeous. Thank you. Albert Drawing says, "Wow, thank you, man. I also need some painter's tape. Bad. I need to order some. Okay, let me go make coffee. I'm gonna go get a new piece of paper. I wish I was as good as you. Thank you, Misery. Thank you. Future Oil, welcome. What's going on, man? But yeah, let me go do that." while that's happening, I'm gonna get a new. While that's happening, I'm gonna get a new paper. I'm glad you did the light. It showed me how to actually do a decent looking string of light style. Yeah, it is. It is a nice effect because it's so easy to do, and it adds a lot to the performance. Good. Got to run. Good game. Curious to hear what you think about the documentary. Talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that. I'm super. Playing Minesweeper between two drawings. Yeah, but I think the problem with Minesweeper is that it takes a long time to draw out that much of a grid, and then I would most likely fail, like instantly, and then we'd have to draw it out again. I think that would be the negative thing about the Minesweeper. Dragon fighting a Spinosaurus. I was at the kid table this Christmas, and I just talked about. I've missed the dragon fighting a Spinosaurus. Nice. Coolio, thank you. Playing Minesweeper, nice. Yeah, thank you, Caroline. I appreciate the. I'll check out the documentary. You said it's in the movie talks, right? I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm super curious. I'm gonna have to put this in a safe place so I don't accidentally. The dog doesn't like drool on it or something. Alrighty. Right there is fine. Okay. I'm running critically low on the old taper. Right there. I'm not sure if I'm just gonna send it and try and draw a dragon off the cuff, or if I'm gonna draw dragon faces first, because I feel like my dragon faces have been kind of lacking. For some reason, the reptilian structure of my creatures is kind of like, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's kind of like meh. Might have to like break in the, you know what I mean, break the ice and just kind of draw a few reptilians. I made sure to bring snacks this time. Alright, my coffee's almost ready. I can hear it. I'm gonna pour it. I'll be right back and we'll get started on the drawing. That's done. Small tape. Yeah, I gotta get that really thin stuff right there. This is the stuff I like to use for my stuff. Kind of looks like a griffin, not gonna lie, kind of looks like a griffin. Oh, try and rescue my way out of that. I'm kind of nervous. I haven't drawn reptilians in a while. It's alright. Who's to say I can't just draw it a couple of times before I attempt for the final. Sometimes you gotta break off the what's the word, you gotta like pencil scratch is so nice. I don't know why I love. Never understood the ASMR until now. You can hear. Is the mic picking that up? If it's picking that up, then it's for sure picking up my chewing. Just kind of not digging the eye right now. It's like not aggressive enough or something. It's gotta have a little bit of that edge to it. I don't know. Sometimes the eye is like, you gotta like, it sets the eye kind of like sets the tone for how aggressive the rest of the picture is like. I don't hear chewing, just pencil scratches. Nice. Mm. Damn. I think I picked up the term by reading Archie comics. I think it's a 70s, 80s thing. Damn, you said big. I once asked if people in the U.S. still use it, and he streamer said that those people should be dead by now. Jokingly, of course. I think it's 70s, 80s thing. I just recently discovered Tomorrow Black Dust Catcher Eraser, and it's amazing. The best non-keenable eraser. I have the Faber Castell one. It works pretty well. Found to date. I think I picked up the term by reading Archie comics. They delivered the dishwasher this morning. Oh, nice, man. It's like this piece of paper is like lifting off the table. It's like fighting me a little bit. Usually like that's the one thing I can get is like that aggressive eye thing going. And for some reason they've been kind of angly more towards like nice eyes, you know what I mean? Been like losing my aggressive eye kind of. I need to draw like more creatures with like angry eyes. They're just not. They're kind of falling flat a little bit for me. Not sure if it opens and closes like it should, but at least it's not leaking all over. I can see it be expensive either way, yeah. Knock on wood. Expensive to buy, time consuming to make. Only local thrift store has a pile of comics and art supplies. I've been going bonkers. I just watched Carolina subvid. We get to see the back of her head and another shot of her 25 feet away. I thought it was going to be interviewed. No, she said you see her for like 2 seconds, but that's still pretty good. That would have been cool if she got like an interview. No, but she said that she was only in there for like 2 seconds. I haven't seen it yet. I'm anticipating. I'm gonna see it later. Super curious about Swedish submarine life. I just can't believe somebody that watches the stream like worked on submarines. I'm like, what the? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. What is up with this paper? It was like it went through humidity tree, like something humid happened to it. It's like it's all warpy. Every time I touch it, it's like warps around. She had braided hair. It's a cameo lol. Yeah, yeah. She said she had braided hair. Oh yeah. Check guys, check this out. Your boy uses every inch. Swedish people seem to love braiding hair. Yeah. I have to go. I love the dragon so far. Have a good day, y'all. Thank you, thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you, Ludo Goliath. Later, Ludo. Just in case you're wondering, even if the surface ship navy guys are in off submarines, don't know too much about it. Oh, nice. Oh, they don't know. They don't know too much about it. Yeah, probably not. Let's see what you mean now. The dragon has human eyes. Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to get super fancy there and it started looking like the Protoss or something. Have you seen Carolina's movie? I have not yet. No, she posted it while I was on stream, so I'm gonna check it out later. I'm interested in seeing what Swedish sub life was like. This music makes me gives me Silent Hill 2 vibes. You guys remember that game? Doesn't this music kind of give you that vibe? Hit the start button on the dishwasher, and man, I could have washed all those dishes by hand by now. I actually don't have a dishwasher because I have like 2 forks and 1 bowl. Since I live like alone, I don't have like a lot of dishes. I literally have like 2 cups, 1 fork, 1 bowl, So dishes don't really take long enough for me to need an implement, but I respect for I kind of like live hyper. It's pretty basic over here. You know what I mean? Things are not. Guad, that would be nice. Well, here's what you do. If you have a family, everyone gets one bowl, one fork, and one cup, and they have to clean it once they're done with it. Boom, problem solved. You know? The only time I really clean right away is if it's egg related, then I clean it right away because then it's gonna stick. But otherwise, I just wait till morning to clean everything myself. But like I said, it just never builds up because there's nothing to build up. It's like once I use the one bowl, that's it. I really do. I'm like, not monkish, but bordering on monkish. You know what I mean? There you go. Yeah, that's the way. Make sure there's a number. Hey, put a number on that too. Slap one of those like numbers that you can't erase, like those. I don't know. Like buy a bowl with a number for each individual person in the house. That way you know how to trace back to who didn't wash their bowl, and all of your life's problems are solved that way. Oh, wait. The neck, that's not where the neck is going. Sorry. The neck is kind of doing this thing right here. I try to draw these like triangles to kind of keep myself in line with like as the neck kind of turns, draw the midline and then just follow up with like triangles and then kind of decorate everything. Way simpler than trying to render. You're gonna lose track that way, you know. Just a little advice there. At least this way things are going to be so horrifically messed up that you don't draw yourself into a huge pickle that when things are so skewed that you can't fake fix it later. At least this way, if it's messed up, it's like it's not so bad that it's like things just don't make any sense, which can be easy to do if you don't kind of sketch out. Laughing my ass off. I'm picturing my girl walking in and catching me with a Dremel and our dishes. Bro, that's a good idea. Oh yeah, the Dremel. But I feel like I guess you could do it with the Dremel, but you're gonna destroy the enamel, the protective enamel on the dishes. I'm trying to think of a way you can put a number. So you get a number on the plate, and then maybe like a little tattoo. That way you can correlate the numbers so people don't forget. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. You know what I mean? Just like, or they can wear like a vault suit with that number, so they know what's what, and have like a schedule too for the jobs. Like in Fallout, my parents don't want to use a dishwasher either. I prefer to. The thing about buying appliances and complicating things is it's a matter of time before you have to replace the appliance. So I try to keep things pretty medieval. It's like, you know what I mean? Nothing gets replaced, nothing breaks. That's how I live, bro. Rest of the fam is not disciplined as I am. Yeah, I get that. You want to keep an air of normalcy in your family. I understand. Just saw a clip of Andrew Tate after a kickboxing match. He's got 2 black eyes. I did see that. Yeah, he didn't he sign himself up for that fight at like 40, and then he went on like a excuse tour where he was like I did see I didn't see that, but I saw like people making fun of him, and he was like, I could have not fought, but I'm the kind of man, and I would have always wondered what would have happened, and like. But yeah, I heard he got beat pretty bad. I heard, didn't Jake Paul lose too? I only keep up because it's like, I don't watch these videos, but I see them in my algorithm kind of, passing by. And I'm like, oh, so-and-so fought, I guess. But yeah. Some guy wrote in the comments, blocked all those punches with his face. What a legend. I did see a little bit, like the clip they showed when he was fighting. It did not, I know it's easier to say than do and stuff like that to criticize, but it did look pretty rough. Like the fighting and the punches, like they were putting like ducky noises every time he punched a guy, and it's like that's about what it looked like. I saw his swollen face. It's kind of bad. My dudes, we still hand wash dishes here. Oh, me too. Me too. I've heard about how Jake Paul was playing off all the guys he fought. Paying off all the guys he fought. That's a possibility, sure. He only had like 6 pro fights before, didn't he? I don't know what his record is. I heard he had like a good record, but a lot of that too is, obviously, like I want to preface what I'm about to say with, I didn't go professional fighting, so it's we're judging from from 4 million miles away and stuff like that. But you can get a pretty good record going if you have a good manager and they set up your fights to where like you're fighting guys that are like not the best, and you can kind of and there's some disputes about his record too, that some of the guys weren't in the league, or you know what I mean. There's like a lot of stuff like that where you're like not sure, because if you're like really going up in the ranks and stuff, you got to be taking on guys that you're probably going to lose to, and then you got to beat them to create that stepping stone kind of scenario. Whereas if you're fighting like the guys that you're most likely going to win against, I don't know. I don't know how much of that is true. This is all like YouTube knowledge. I don't, like throughout the years from passively consuming, But having said that, I don't know too much about Jake Paul or Andrew Tate other than they're so famous that you, through osmosis, like I just know about them. Still had wash my own dishes, but rest of the fam gets those forks and dishes dirty fast. Another guy wrote, makes Jake Paul look like Goku. Yeah. To be fair, I'm not playing defense for what's his name, Andrew Tate. I've heard bad things about him, like not deeply. I don't know. I have surface level like knowledge, and I don't want to play defense. But it is from having just done Taekwondo when I was like 19, getting in the ring is scary, bro. Like it just is scary, and Jake Paul got his job, broke in 2 places, bro. That's brutal. Piece is looking great. Loving the white highlighting going on. Thank you, man. Thank you, Wolfgang. One punch looks so dirty on Jake Paul's One punch looked so dirty on Jake Paul's face. I thought it was a. I thought it was a. Oh my god, that's brutal. Just boxing in the backyard is scary. I can't imagine it in an arena with real bad dudes. Yeah, it wasn't like, I think when I was doing Taekwondo, it kind of like, it wasn't in the same place as it was in the 90s. There wasn't a lot of talent, to be honest. Like, there wasn't, like, it's like, even in the black belt division, people were like not being asked to, like it was like not expected that you would get people knocked out. Like, it was a lot more tame when I was going in there. I think that just it wasn't nearly as popular as it was in the 90s. Like, the talent was like, it was just like kids, like, and stuff like that. Regardless, it was all like, just saying. But yeah, backyard boxing. That's also another fun thing to do. I think like with the backyard boxing, it wasn't as bad because we all kind of knew each other, and it was more of sparring. It was more like sparring at, like, you know what I mean, 60%. Like, we weren't trying to like get a knockout, and it was just more of a kind of a casual, like, you might get a black eye, but it was more of a, kind of boys being boys kind of a scenario. I watched. So it just depends. But if you're really boxing in the backyard, like some dude is challenging you to go all in, then yeah, that would be. I wouldn't advise that at all, because that seems like it's a good way to like lose brain cells, and you also have like, you're surrounded by other people that don't know what's going on, and it's just like, if anything happens, you have like no medical team on you know what I mean? Like, I watched a Japanese boxing movie before, and their gyms have managers and go to other gyms to schedule matches and all. If a boxer has no matches, it just means he's not that experienced enough. It's so fun, yeah. Just don't want to get beat up in front of the friends, lol. Yeah. Our school let us box in the parking lot. No way. So true. I was gonna say no medics. I feel like they're crazy to let you do that, especially in the parking lot. Like, that's just like, if someone cracks their head on the concrete, that liability seems insane. You definitely don't want to be the guy who owns the property where people are doing backyard boxing. You definitely don't want to be the owner of that. That's why they don't let you do it, is because if they agree to that, they take on the liability for it. Maybe things were different back then, but I would not advise either partaking in it or agreeing to it. That concrete thing is scary, because that sounds like a children fist fight. I used to have multiple knockout videos, and one dude was snoring before he flopped. It was gravel, but still, yeah. His mouth was open when Joshua punched him. That's super dangerous. In boxing, you're told to must have your jaw clenched at all times. Yeah, he was trying to get that oxygen in, bro. He was trying to get that oxygen in there. I didn't say it doesn't hurt, but it is not formal. I think the street fighting kind of stuff is more dangerous, honestly. I think. I don't know for sure, but I feel like doing the backyard kind of stuff is like, that's a super bad idea for your future, you know what I mean? Because you could, the mismatch in somebody's power could be, you know what I mean? The mismatch between sizes and egos, you could get somebody in there that has no idea what they're doing, and they just get clowned on. We were dummies, though. Yeah. You could get clowned on by somebody that's way more experienced, like some real fighter, and then that's it. Now you just have like less IQ for the rest of your life to deal with. I kind of regret going so hard with the pencils initially. I'm gonna do my blending technique and try and do that, like white it out and then kind of brush it and then go over it again to kind of reestablish that eye a little bit. Because I went really deep with the dark off the get, and now I'm like regretting it a little bit. So I'm gonna try and do my my little cheat code. I can also do the eraser, this kinetic, whatever it's called, eraser, and kind of take away some of the stuff. But I like to do it this way with a white, kind of go over with the white, because it kind of dampens everything down contrast wise, and kind of blends everything. Gives it that like more of a digital blendy look kind of thing. So if you want to, at least for the look I'm going for, it kind of works, I think. And then because the white too is like darker now, you can put the highlights a lot easier in there, and you can do like this kind of bright dot here as like a reflection, or you know what I mean, kind of. You can contrast stop the eye a lot more and kind of come back to it. It's looking good so far. Thank you. His mouth was open wide when Joshua punched him. Oh, okay. If you got hooked on your jaw while it's open, it can dislocate. All kinds of fun things can happen, yeah. That is literal jaw dropping. Yeah, I like it, but I trust you on this, and I can't wait to see this. Nice. Rainier Ren says, this is your art stream, lol. It is your art stream. What did I title the stream? I forgot. I thought you were taking a pencil wrapped in plastic when you took when you took a bite out of it. Well, you get hungry when you draw, right? What kind of core is that white pencil? I can't find one that is good. What kind of core is that white pencil? This is not a pastel. This is like what it looks like when you look at it online. It doesn't have like a brand to it. But this is like the best one I've ever found. Well, I guess it does have says something on it, but this is not a pastel. I think it's just a white charcoal. I believe it's a white charcoal pencil. Yeah. Didn't you say 5 p.m.? Yeah, plans changed. I will go to 5 p.m., but because today kind of fell through, because things changed around, it'll be... It's eventually going to become that, but right now, because things are kind of like up in the air and stuff, or schedules are being moved and stuff, and you know what I mean. So I'm like, well, I might as well start streaming. I don't wanna wait till whatever because there's no point in waiting. It's like if I don't have work, I might as well just kind of stream it up. I'll let it slide this time. Oh yeah, I was about to ask the same question, but didn't recall. Will the 5 p.m. switch sketch? Either tomorrow or you know what I mean. It's kind of one of those things. It's kind of one of those things where we're not sure. Oh, your drawing is another beautiful princess. Yay. Man, I hope 2026 doesn't GPL by so fast. Go by so fast. I feel like 2025 has been kind of, I don't know, kind of, I don't know. It was an alright year, I guess. Like it didn't go by too fast. I guess I would say. I don't mind it. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the follow. Trust Fall Art says, "Wow, that's so impressive." Thank you, Trust Fall Art. Spicy Jaw, raid with a 7. Thank you, Spicy Jaw. Let's do a quick little shout out. How do we do shout out over here? Let's do this. Shout out. Oh, I gotta put a username. Duh. Spicy Jaw. Noise. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Mars Bars, thank you for the hi. How's it going, guys? Do you want to? If you want to drop your Instagram, that'd be super dope. Or you can just tell me about how your thing went. I haven't posted in a while, but here it is. Nice. Let me check it out real quick. I can't pull it up because my OBS keeps crashing. This piece is looking cool. Thank you. Nice. I love the dolphins. Is that watercolor? The not the dolphins. There's like a not an eagle, but like some other kind of bird, and it looks like this watercolor. That's looking really good. Let me glaze it with a lake. Very good stuff. Love it. Watercolor? Nice, yeah. Watercolor is hard to control for sure. Show them your perv art. It's too good not to share. Oh, this is like what we finished today before we moved on to this. Because somebody said for me to draw a dragon, but this is what we finished today. Is like this industrial hellscape with feral synthetic humans. That was the today's what I was trying to finish kind of a thing. And I did. I've been practicing watercolor for the last 2 weeks. It's a curveball. Yeah, it takes some time to like tune it in, right? I've never been good at it, so like, you know. Thank you, Mars Bars. Appreciate that. Yuri, I don't know if I ever asked. Do you have any formal training for your art? I mean, my mom was an artist, but I, you know what I mean. I didn't like really like super listen to what she had to say. Not like in a mean way. You know what I mean. As a kid, I didn't like really listen. But like, yeah, like I guess that, and then like nothing else basically. Then I'm just you know, like I said, I'm just a drawing enjoyer. Still learning. I don't do it enough. Gotcha. Yeah. That people that can do it really well. It's really impressive. I usually do graphite and ballpoint. Yeah, I like just pencils and stuff. That's my main. I'm just a pencil enjoyer, I guess. That's my main weapon, I guess, that I go for. I like the control and stuff. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'll do ballpoint pen if I'm drawing like something silly, or if I'm just thumbnailing like interesting ideas. I'll kind of use the old pencils are my fave too. Yeah, I might try and bust out. I got acrylic paints there for miniature war models. Maybe I'll use it here. I don't know. I gotta get special paper though. I'm just. Self-taught, amazing. Thank you. I love all your art. Thank you, Spicy Joe. Appreciate that. Is your mom art teacher or what type of artist? If you don't mind answering. My mom? She's just like a general artist. I don't know. Like she went to like a university for it, I think, or something like that. She is like a taught through. You know what I mean? Like in the. She went to a uni, whatever. So I don't know. She knows how to do it all, I guess. What does your mom think about your work? She thinks it's cool. So much paper. I'll be lurking while I get dinner ready for the family. Nice, Spicy Jaw. Thank you, thank you. I think, what? Ren's Art Gallery. Let's do a quick shout out for Ren's Art Gallery. And they're coming in hot today. Let me do a shout out really quick. Shout out. If I can spell all that. Oh, thank you. Nina Jane Art, I see there. Ren's Art Gallery. Gallery. Did I do it right? I did it right. Nice. Thank you for all the emojis. Appreciate that. Another raid. I know, right? They're coming in hot, I guess, today. Thank you. Appreciate that. How was your guys' stream? We're just doing a dragon. We finished the other picture, the Dystopia Nightmarish one, so we're doing something a little bit lighter-hearted. With a requested dragon from the commune. Noe Merldis. I would sell a kidney for Nina Jane Art color pencil skills. Nice. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate the follow. Show them the art again. Please don't sell your kidney. All right, I'll show it again. I feel like I'm overdoing the showing, but yeah, this is what we finished today. The Dystopian Nightmare one, where they're 3D printing people. So this is kind of, it's got the glob tubes for the biomass, and then you got all these 3D printer heads that come down and just kind of make these egg satchels with humans inside them, and then they're birthed in the water. But this is the post-apocalypse, so none of that works anymore. They're just sort of surviving off of rat meat and things of that nature. So that's kind of what I was working on today. I won't, I promise. Nice. Also, I'm just learning Do It With Me so we can do it together. Nice. Yeah, I just wanted to. Well, somebody said they wanted me to draw a dragon, and they said fighting a T-Rex, and I'm like, no. I don't know. I'm like, I'll just do the dragon. A quick. I don't know. Maybe I'll render it out really crazy, but I feel like I haven't done a request in quite some time, so, and I haven't really drawn a dragon in quite some time, so. I'm sorry, it's almost time for bed for me. Good night. Thank you. Appreciate the raiders. Have a good night. Same here. I'm almost midnight. We'll lurk while I get ready for bed. Then snoring time. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll for sure. I think there can be a real benefit with self-taught work. You don't put yourself in a box. Very organic work. I think it can be. Yeah, I think it can have some benefits and stuff. I do think that there's some maybe negative stuff with like maybe reinventing the wheel or kind of like it is better probably to be pointed in the right direction so they can you know what I mean. You're not sort of wandering around in the desert forever trying to like figure out where kind of like how to move forward. But you know, I think for me, like learning the traditional way was like I'm just not into it. You know what I mean? I just want to sit there and kind of do my own thing. So I'm not against it. I think it's great to like learn that way, but probably way faster, more efficient. But I'm just kind of stubborn, so. I got a nice set of Faber-Castell pencils at the thrift store last night. $3. Nice. I was so excited. The store clerk looked at me like, who the... What did you use for the white highlights on this dude? It's just a white chalk. There's a brand that I don't know the name of, but the pencil will look like this with two gold things on there. And it's like a pretty generic pencil, but this is like the best one I've ever found. And I think there's a Conte A Paris white that will also be serviceable. That's really good at that kind of like, kind of that look. Thank you for the stream, sharing your art. I'm gonna take a nap. You have a wonderful day. Thank you, Mars Bars. I appreciate that. I got a pair of Steltler merch mech drafting pencils for 79 cents each. I'm practicing some of the effects you're doing along with you. Nice, man. Awesome. Yeah, like once I discovered the highlight, I kind of worked my way from that point and try to like kind of use it as a blending technique, almost like diffusing the contrast in places. Like I'll show you, like I'll just diffuse the contrast and go over with a brush if I really want that kind of digital refined look. This is just outside the highlights is how I like to use it. Is I'll hit it with the white if I want to bring it back. 1 second, let me kind of fix that right there. Do you ever layer color on top of it? Do you use it in the final layers? I'm trying to imagine what you meant. Shibai says a quick hello before going to bed. Thank you, Shibai. I super appreciate it. Glad I caught that one. Conte A Paris does make great chalky pencil. Yes, they do. They're the white ones. They are also comparable to these. I don't know why, but this generic brand that I found in the middle of nowhere, like Amazon, is like the best ones ever. I've tried like all the other brands, and like the Conte A Paris and this one is like they're the only ones where you can like go over stuff after you put graphite down, and it'll still go over it, at least for a little bit. The other ones, you just can't get the white out. Like you just can't get it out without like destroying the paper. Do you ever layer color on top of it, or do you leave it in the final layer? I don't use color unless by color you mean the white I'm using. I usually don't use color that much. Like even in the other picture, the color is more. It's supposed to be imagined as white. It's just warmer because it's closer. So I was trying to experiment with like using a warmer highlight in the front to represent things that are closer, and then things that are further away. I mixed with charcoal to kind of give that bluish tone and kind of make it look like it's further away. Like right now, this head right now would be awesome if I were to hit it with a yellow instead of white, and then as the body goes backwards, like all these wings and stuff, kind of do that bluish hue to kind of make it look like it's gigantic and far away, and like do this part like kind of warmer. I don't think I'm gonna do it for this one, but that would be the bee's knees if I did that. I did it in the other picture, and it took so much effort, like to kind of like slowly do the yellow and then transition. It was like so much work that I'm just like, nah, I'll just use the white right now. It's hard to find a good white. Yeah, it's just the level of chalkiness. I think they make. It's not that the other pencils that are bad. They're just like they're not soft, and the lack of softness makes it difficult to get it on stuff. So like what I'll do is hit it with a white, and then that kind of made it more washed out. And then if I want to render things out, that's what I'll do is I'll kind of do that and then go over it again, shade everything back in, and it keeps increasing the level of like sort of the fidelity of everything. If you're going for that look, I actually I've been trying to get away from doing this and kind of get it more of a raw look, kind of a raw sketchy look, but I just can't help but just dig further in with the rendering and just kind of keep doing that. But I'll find a middle ground eventually, or at least a way to do it. Because one of the things I don't like is sometimes when you over render, it kind of loses that like edginess that a sketch has. You know how a sketch has that like raw power to it, and then it kind of dissipates as you render things out more. And I'm trying to like hold on to that as much as I can, and I'm trying to figure out how do I like render but hold on to the power of the sketch, So that's the great mystery that I'm trying to like solve. I should probably actually get like a book about it and like look at how other people do it to like get a clue on it, but I'm just gonna be stubborn and just gonna keep hitting my head against the wall for a couple more years. That's usually the solution for me. Oh, thanks. I don't post much there. Those were daily sketches. Oh, gotcha. Do you think about where you want the eye to go? Like in the other picture, I think the central piece was like the focal point was on this. Yeah, kinda. I think that goes off the rails sometimes because I keep adding stuff, but yeah, I think that's helpful to think. Not that I do the best job at it, but yeah, I do think, I do wonder. I'm like, like what are they going to be like looking at, and is it understandable? Have you seen her Harry Potter and Lord? Have you seen the Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings drawings? They're absolutely beautiful. Um, mm, oh, that was to Coolio. No, not yet. Too bad I don't have Instagram, so I'm only able to see the last 9 to 12 entries. I do love some good HP drawings, though. Yeah, like Lord of the Rings and stuff. This definitely. You two stop talking about me. You're confusing Koros. Posting it here because Mr. Foro forgets to ask. Oh, the Insta, yeah. I kind of want to try and do these like kind of harsher, uplifted scales that kind of resemble more of a, I don't know, like the same as horns, but like just scales, just kind of like uplifted and sharp instead of the sort of the softer triangular ones. I forgot to talk there for a while. Jesus. I got busy with that shading. guys, I'm gonna do a quick walk away. I'll be right back. Your boy's back. Might have to make some coffee here. Oh no, never mind. I have a full cup. Never mind. Full cup. So anyway, dragons, right? What took you so long? What the? Nice. Let's see. I could hyper render this dragon, and I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna kind of do. Oh, ews! Ooh, pro dog propaganda. Oh, yeah, big baby. Probably would like a piece of my jerky steak here, but. Oh, no. I gotta feed him in like 2 hours. Julio with the doggies, thank you. He's not sniffing the microphone, by the way. The microphone's in the front. It just looks like he is. That's a good boy. I think I hear fireworks out there. What the? You know, I kind of secretly hate 4th of July because, like, are you oil painting Kula? Nice. But I hate 4th of July a little bit because of like all the people with the fireworks. Not because of the dog so much. He's not like super scared of them, but it's the I have a fear that my neighbors will hit my house with one of their explosives and catch it on fire, and then I'm sure if that happened, they would just quietly go back inside. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of my like big fears is that one day, like, I like fireworks. I just don't think everyone should be able to acquire them. Let's just like putting it like softly. Fireworks are illegal in Illinois, but don't ask me why, or how. Everyone gets them. I don't know. I mean, they open up those tents where you can buy them, like locally. You know those tents that they ship in from other states? I think they're not supposed to have like anything above a sparkler or like, you know what I mean? Like you're supposed to have the like really, really, you know, ones that are like super like laid back. But yeah, they get them, and I've seen those tents. They get some pretty hardcore, not hardcore, but you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, if you go across state lines, you can get them for sure. You know what I mean? That's how they get them. But I don't know. I rarely do art myself now. I just look at others' art nowadays. I do pencil sketches when I work on them, though. Oh, you were asking him? Yeah, I remember back in school, like I would just sit there and like instead of doing my homework, I would just sketch on the side of the paper, like little skulls and stuff. So yeah, it's kind of I just drew instinctively always. Not all, you know, not like oh my god, couldn't do anything else, but I'm like this is I enjoy this and not much, you know, and all the other activities. Interesting scale pattern. Thank you. Yeah, I want to do like more of a little bit of a like uplifted kind of like scary scales, like a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like not the ones that are like I don't know. I'll play around with it, but I do want the little bit more aggressive scales. Kind of like can't sit on them too easily. You know, you'd have to have a saddle or something. I kind of want to get a house with like dragon scale roof. You know those roofs that have like the triangular. I bet dragon scales would work well as shingles. Still get fireworks and firecrackers here. We still get. That's what I'm. In the Philippines. Ironically, the country that influenced us only allow laser light now. That influenced us only. Wait, how? Which country? Is it the U.S.? Do they like who regulates your guys' stuff? You know, that makes me think, like, I was just thinking, you know how some countries do, like, the drone shows instead of fireworks? What about we do drone aerial combat, where they attach, like, something that will be like a tracer round, not bullets, but, like, fireworks that will knock out the other drones, and then get thousands of them and just watch the battle like it's Star Wars? You guys in on this, or... I mean, China banned fireworks and firecrackers. They influence you? How do they influence you? Do they have that like level of influence? Are they afraid that Philippines firecrackers are gonna like hit one of their ships and sink them? Like, what are they worried about? I do enjoy fireworks though. I remember something that like wasn't funny, but it was like so unlikely to happen. It's like I saw someone like get traumatized by fireworks, kind of like this girl. She was lighting like one of those like little fire bees, and it like she aimed it away from her, and all it did was like literally fly forward, turn around, and like fly right back at her. And you could just see like the trauma just settling in. Like she's like, I'm never touching any of this again, because it did literally. I saw it do a 180 and hit her, and I'm like, wow, wow. It's like the universe, like conspired against her almost. Like it was like the most unlikely thing to ever happen. There was a period in our time that national TV broadcast their firecracker accidents with uncensored injuries, so no one will follow them. But obviously that doesn't work. Recently, they had it in that BNW and all blurred, black and white and all blurred. No, I get it. I think like a lot of people probably get injured every. I never partake myself ever. I'm sure like I'm sure the United States loses thousands of fingers every year. You know what I mean? Thousands of fingers go missing. My aunt and uncle got us mortars, like a giant Roman candle, and set them for us when I was a kid, and the tube fell over. It was spinning, shooting at us. That's what I mean, yeah. Yeah. And then you take fireworks and you mix a little bit of alcohol into that situation, bro. Now you have fun times for sure. Oh yeah. I remember this guy, like, he had two of those, like, big, like, Roman candles, I think, and he, like, tied them around his arms, like, both of them. It was actually, everything went off without a hinge or whatever. And he, like, tied, like, 9 of them in each arm, and they looked like machine guns. It was pretty cool. I taped it, and then I lost the footage somehow, but it was kind of crazy. Big fireworks are just available. Yeah. It is kind of crazy. But I don't want to, you know what I mean? It's like, at the same note, do I want to live in a hyper sterilized society that you just can't, where you can't lose fingers randomly? No. I think you should be able to sign up for that. Apparently, the cash wasted on fireworks is proportional to income of a household earning. Oh, like for the city? Or because there's no way people are blowing 40 grand on, like, I mean, some people do, but pretty cool, right? But of course, depends on the household if they want to do it right. Yeah. That's funny because I had a lot of fireworks when I was a poor child. Yeah. Um, Tell us about that. I was so poor we didn't have fireworks, so. It's not that we couldn't ever buy them. I just knew better than to even ask. I never asked my parents. Like, I myself, I have, like, I'm a little bit of a stingy Scrooge. And when it comes to, like, paying for something that's gonna blow up once and then you'll never see it again, I'm just like, no. Not when we're poor. Of course, my parent would give me some spending allowance. Not much, but I would save up. They gave you a fireworks allowance? Sounds like you weren't very poor. My allowance, it was 0. You guys, did you guys have the 0 allowance? Did you guys roll with that? Aw, baby Roo. My cousin got a hold of a couple quarter sticks of dynamite. Nice. Being poor does make you hold on to money like your life depends on it. Because it does when you're poor. Fun times. When I hear that it costs $100,000 to raise a child, I'm like, okay, that for sure didn't happen to me. Because I remember, like, I wore the same shoes for, like, I had, like, the same green t-shirt for, like, all of high school. I'm like, I don't even remember. I think I had, like, 3 t-shirts. I don't know. It was, like, ridiculous. Not that I cared. I didn't even notice that you needed, like, cool shirts. But I'm just saying that, like, I was the cheapest child ever, like, for my parents. Like, never, I was like, I knew not to ask. I mean, I'm like, my parents look poor. I better not even ask them about it because... as a kid, we had some firecrackers, but there are some that can blow up fingers. And I try to avoid those. It's always a fun guess to try and guess which ones are gonna... I think, like, you just get away from them as quickly as possible, right? They can all blow up your fingers. I just kind of, like, try to do... I don't hold... Like, even when I light them... If I were to light them, I don't hold on to the explosive. Like, I set it down to where my fingers are never attached to it. We put them under a bridge and took out all the lights for a bit. Oh, that's fun, yeah. The bridge... the under the bridge explosions are fun. All that dust kicking up. Those are wild. So, you can see the blast wave. Yeah. I saw a video on Instagram where they put like really big explosives under a bridge, and you just saw like this funnel of dust coming out of it. Some stupid kids ingest them and go to the ER for that. The natural selection still taking place. That's crazy, dude. That's insane. To be fair, I did shoot myself with a BB gun in my mouth one time. I just opened my mouth and I was like, I'm like, wow, that was a bad idea. So you know, we've all been there. I was poor, but my mom made us feel like we weren't. She would buy us some clothing and stuff and kept us fed. Yeah. You keep them fed and you put clothes on them. I'm not saying don't do that, but there was nothing outside of that. Like, it was just, you know what I mean? Other kids tried to check duds, combine them together, and set them on fire. I love buying M80, setting off the car alarms. You shit yourself on the cheek shot? No, not in the cheek. In my mouth. It was worse than that. Survived. I survived that. A few explosions later, their hats are smoking, or one kid burns their shirt or something. It was basically like my intrusive thoughts won that day. You know what I mean? I woke up and my intrusive thoughts were winning, basically. You guys have a fun intrusive thoughts have won story? I think that's the only one I can think of right now. I'm sure there's more, I just can't think of them. BB pellet is still stuck in my thigh. Nice. How many pumps was that before you shot yourself? I was 15 and he got upset because we moved away and I didn't join the local gang. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good off joining the local gang. I just bought my nephew a Nerf gun for Christmas and I kept telling him not to point it at himself to anyone or to animals. Well, I hope he remembers. I think that's what I would do if I was like an uncle. I would just buy things that shoot and gift them to people, like to people's kids. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I remember an office mate telling me one of the nasty gifts is bowling ball toy set because the parents will be in charge of setting up the pins for the kids. You know what's another fun one? A drumming set. A drumming set. Buy your nephew a drumming set. That's a good one. I survived childhood with 3 fractures in the skull, 1 busted lip, countless cuts, stitches, and I got shot with a pellet rifle. That one too. I'm lucky to be alive. Yeah, Future Whale, you've been through a lot. Now you watch the stream. A safe alternative. I got my niece a violin this year, lol. I'd like to learn how to play a violin. I got some gunk on there. Okay, this pencil, I'm retiring this pencil officially. We're done with it. Okay. Let's get my knifey knife. Using my fancy Japanese knife here. I think it's getting a little dull. I need to sharpen it up. Off goes to pencil heaven. Yeah. Another nasty kid gift is Play-Doh. Once it gets to the bed, someone rolls in it. Good times. Yeah, that's a good one. Anything sticky. Only got a wrist fracture. I wasn't even playing when I got it. It was just stupid and slipped while walking. You know, so far I haven't really actually broken anything. Well, I'm not sure I haven't broken anything, but like my toes are probably broke or something, but. Although I'm pretty sure I fractured my rib once, but I don't think you do anything. I think you just have to go home for that. And it was the stupidest thing. I was leaning on the box trying to pull something out of it. It was like one of those really big industrial boxes with like resin in it. I was leaning over the edge and trying to pull like a hose out of it. And like I heard a sharp snap in my side, and then I couldn't breathe for a couple of weeks. Well, not easily, but. So I'm pretty sure like one of my ribs like broke randomly. So don't do that. I just didn't think you could. It healed. Don't worry. It's not what counting the times it should have been seriously injured out, but somehow escaped. Sorry guys, this sharpening is taking a while. I'm trying to be really I don't want to break it and start all over. I'm trying to be super duper careful here. And this wood is like super like hard, so I'm having to press down kind of really hard to like get rid of the wood. And I'm like, man, I don't know if it's the knife getting dull or what, but no. I had a lot of close calls. I had a lot of close calls. Very lucky. Yeah. When you break the lead, it sucks. Oh yeah. There are still guys I'm bumping into from the 80s, and they're shocked that I'm normal and boring. Well, usually people tend to mellow out as they age. But I was pretty mellow as a kid. I didn't really do, like, too many stupid things. Like, I was kind of like... I was pretty preservationalist. My brother had a play wrestling match, and his head hit the wall instead of the bed, and his head bled. That was scary. Yeah. Oh, let me let the dog out really quick. He's standing by the door. He wants to go outside. Let me let him out really quick. Yeah, it was fun. What's it? There's Gave my brother the people's elbow at his birthday party and broke his arm. I still feel bad about it, and it's been 20 years. The people's elbow. Showing off in front of my little cousins. Nice. You'll get that. You'll get that. You just have to forgive and move on. Alright, I kind of want more upbeat music a little bit. Something just slightly more upbeat. The Rock's Big Move Little. Oh. Okay. I'm not familiar with that, but I believe you. I believe. Yeah, that wrestling stuff will get you. Like, I know it's fake, but the moves, they do hurt themselves and stuff, so. Like, I don't mean fake as in, like, they don't hurt themselves. I just, you know what I mean. Like that performative. I was never, like, into that. I, like, never watched a single show of that. But I know what you're talking about. He jumps up and lays flat and drops on the person with his elbow. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. I think the worst I've done is like a real dick move. I think the worst I've done is like, you guys ever like not let somebody jump up on the trampoline? Like you get the rhythm, like the pattern going to where like they can't stand back up, and you get like a couple of kids that just keep jumping, and the other person like cannot get out of there. I think that's like the worst maybe that I've done in terms of like. I recall taking shortcuts through the metro train bridge and stand between two trains. Bro, you can get deleted like that. The train station stuff, that's like Bad News Bears, like My worst intrusive thought is that I tripped someone running and hit the center cement floor. He graduated in a sling. I think I felt sorry for that. Bro, I think intrusive thoughts is like it's the worst. It's like your worst enemy is you, and your intrusive thoughts. Not you specifically. I just mean like people in general. It's like every problem I've created was like from an intrusive thought, essentially. I'm not a bad kid. I'm not a bad kid growing up. I was one of the goody two shoes kids. Yeah, me too. Me too. Kind of like not like I was not in the sense that I was like trying to suck up to the adults, but I had my own kind of grounding in that sense. I was like resistful towards some things, but I didn't cause problems. If that makes sense. I didn't know why I did that. The victim isn't even someone I know. Intrusive thoughts. I'm telling you, they come, and they get you. My dog's barking. I gotta let him inside. Annoying lizard. Howdy. Hey, how's it going? I gotta let the dog back in. He's barking. When I get to 5 hours of streaming, I have to stop and feed the dog really quick. So I got 20 more. That's usually what I do. Is I usually have to stop and give him some food, and then I go back to streaming if I continue streaming. And I don't have work tonight, so uh, my intrusive thoughts are telling me to keep streaming. Uh, this dragon looks dope. Thank you, man. Is it all graphite? It's graphite and white chalk charcoal, something. Yeah. Hey yo. Guys, I'm loving this winter. I hope this warm weather we've been getting like keeps happening. I'm tired of paying like crazy bills on the gas and stuff. Not to get all complainy, but tired of it. Hey Coolio, you said you're from the Philippines. Whatever happens to that one guy, the one nuisance streamer that was like harassing Filipino officers and like people, and he got like arrested? Is he like in prison forever, Z's, or did they kind of let him off the hook? Because it was kind of looking like he was gonna spend like the rest of his life in there, kind of. And I was almost starting to question like the guy's like mental health, because I was like, how does he not understand the seriousness of like what's happening right now? I believe he's still in jail. Isn't Vitaly still in jail too there, or was that a different country? I think Vitaly too, like he did that kind of stuff, and I think I can't remember if it's the same country or not, but boy, when they showed him again, I think he was in Korea though or something. When they showed him like 3 months later off of like chilling in one of those jails, bro looked like he aged by like 15 years. I had to check, and yes, he is Vitaly. Okay, it was Vitaly. I thought it was like there was another one that had a similar situation, but dude, when they show them after like 3 months of just chilling in one of those prisons, it's like, bro, 15 years added. Boom. Dehydrated. Sad. Don't recommend doing that stuff. It almost looks like it has a blue hue to it. It's super cool effect you got going on. Yeah, that's just an effect of like how, that's just how this pencil plays out when it mixes with the charcoal. But yeah, we'll just say I did that on purpose. Johnny Somali's in Korea. Yeah. I think it's crazy. Like, if I did something and there was any chance of me going to prison, I would be so apologetic. I'd be like, let me pull out like like 200 grand out of my wallet or my bank account and build you guys a Korean statue. Whatever I gotta do to not have that happen. I'm sure that the big streamers have that. You know what I mean? I was in jail overnight once. That straightened me out fast, bro. I've never been, but I can only imagine. I always knew that I wanted to spend my life in front of my computer and not anything like that. I'm like, count me out. Was it intrusive thoughts that got you in there? Was it intrusive thoughts that got you in there? I feel like it's either the wrong group of friends, if you get in the bad crowd, or intrusive thoughts. Ooh, excessive speeding, that'll do it. Hey, that'll do it. Yeah, I drive like a grandma. I'm just super double chilling when I drive. I've never been pulled over. I'm not even kidding. Never been pulled over my entire life. I just, you know, speed limited up and I have a racing license now. I keep the reckless driving on the track. Well, it's good. Nice. What are you? What's your class? I don't know anything about cars, but what are you? What's your? What are you racing like? I thought about doing that with motorcycles when I got into motorcycles, but then I realized I'm like way too poor for that. Like I could afford it if that's all I did, but I'm like nah. I did a little over 2 years. Lol. Don't sell stuff you don't know the origin of, and don't develop the drug issue you have to fuel anyway. Any way you can. 7 years sober. Nice, man. Awesome. Good for you. Yeah, drugs. That's just bad news bearers. Thank you. Yep. Yep. What's crazy is I remember we got a problem in our school. Like when I was in middle school, there was like a big drug problem, and they were like, "We're gonna bring dogs in, and we're gonna bring police, like SWAT in." They like were scaring us, and they're like, "All the lockers are gonna be checked," like all of this kind of stuff. And for some reason, who like never got near anything like that, I got super paranoid. I'm like, what if they find my, you know what I mean? I'm like, because there's like the little slits in the locker. I'm like, what if somebody slips drugs into my locker? Nothing happened, but I got super paranoid. If they had a detective like pull me off to the side and be like, "Do you have drugs?" I'd be like, "I don't know. Maybe I do." I would just confess. Like you said, wrong crowd gets you there quick. Yeah. You gotta be super careful around the wrong crowd thing. Dirt circle track, classes, B mods. Dirt circle track, nice. So kind of like you drift a little bit in the dirt. Kind of like that dirt racing. I'm trying to remember the game I was playing that had like that dirt racing kind of thing going on. That was a fun game, like Dirt Rally, but in a circle. I think it's good to have like those skills too, like those car skills where when your car is like going off the rails a little bit and like you don't panic. It's NASCAR but on dirt. Nice, very cool. Our government pulled a nasty one on him since he's a foreigner. He has a different detainer, BGMP. He got transferred to the local prison. Then he got posted. Then he posted bail, not knowing BGMP will get him back. So he paid money for nothing. Yeah. To be fair though, like he was being super disrespectful. I would never wish that on my enemy, or whatever. Like that's super crazy. But he had so many chances to show remorse, and he was always just like, double middle finger, and they're just, you know what I mean? I feel like it's super like bad, but like he never showed any remorse at any point. So he kind of just kept digging his own grave. You know what I mean? Boy, thank you for the follow. I need to do that annoying air horn sound when somebody follows me. Pew 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 pew. It's starting to shape up. As a kid, I moved around a lot, so I was always the new guy. Local cameraman was declared an accomplice. I knew he went into hiding, but I believe he's already got arrested. Bro. Bro, they got him dirty. Wow. At some point, you have to throw the book at the guy. Make an example so his behavior doesn't get repeated. Yeah. Yeah. So this water valve I fixed today, I actually can't shut the water off, but at least it isn't leaking. Nice, man. Just keep the fresh dishes going in there. Man, you guys got some interesting stories. I tell you, I lived like such a boring life, and I don't get me wrong, I loved it. I think I have Hobbit genetics because I do not want to leave the Shire at all. I'm good right here. But it is interesting to live vicariously through you guys. You know, just imagining going to jail. Like, I mean, that can happen to anyone, right? Like, if you leave your house and with your buddies and like drink, jail could happen, right? Like, but the trick is when you notice someone's getting a little wild, like when they're like the wild one in your group, you got to do that. You know that meme with a black guy that just like disappears with a peace sign and he just like vanishes into the background? You got to pull that. I don't leave my shower anymore either. Exactly. Yeah. You gotta just disappear out of those situations. As discussed in PH, in legal mindset, Philippines went in for the jugular while Korea played the long game with Johnny Somali. I gotta say the 1980s were dangerous childhood times, but today, bro, things are wild. Well, yeah, the story you told me with the Child Protective Services are pretty wild. It is kind of scary that somebody can say something and then now you have the government involved in your family because someone was like, "Hey, I think those kids look a little sad." And it's like, now people are showing up at your house asking. It's like, that is a little weird. I mean, I'm glad that somebody's doing something about something, but at the same time, it's like I wouldn't want that to happen to me. Where it's like because somebody had they thought something. Now the government is like checking up on my kids. It's like, what the? I don't have kids, by the way. I'm just. Yeah. I think I'm gonna keep the underbelly a little bit lighter. Or try to. I think for not having practiced dragons for a while and just kind of sending it, I think this is turning out pretty well. Kind of want to get this wing figured out. Wing thing figured out. Kind of want to draw that out a little bit more. Do you use anything to set the graphite? What do you mean, annoying lizard? When you set the graphite? I'm not sure what that means. I used to wander around town all day, every day when I was a kid. Nobody blinked an eye. Different times, yeah. It's going way too far. They lose kids all the time. Yeah, I mean, they couldn't find anything wrong. We were pretty chill, but they were definitely not chill. They had a chip on their shoulder. Do you use anything to... corporal punishment is allowed here. Social services only step in for cases of SA and battery in case of the wife. If the husband is the one getting battered, he's just waited good luck to avoid the hits. He's just told good luck to avoid the hits. I love the look of graphite, but I hate how much it smears over time. Oh, set. Like so it doesn't move. No, I don't have that issue. Just I think I've been drawing long enough that I've like taught my hand not to ever. You know what I mean? Like I don't get that graphite hand. I don't get the graphite hand because I don't like touch the paper anymore. So I just don't have that issue anymore. Like I kind of it's in my like, you know what I mean. My brain is like constantly like analyzing where my hand is, and I try to like I've built it into my sort of system not to touch the paper. But if it's a commission and I'm gonna send it out, then I usually I hit it with the old matte coverage, whatever it's called, a protective glaze or whatever. Yeah, I think I'm gonna render the crap out of this dragon. I'm just gonna hyper render it. I'm gonna do that thing where I kind of glaze it with the pastel pencils or whatever, and then just kind of re go over it to kind of get that like super rendered out look. I think it'll look good. Maybe I'll even shade in the background for like that black in the background kind of look, and it's gonna look super sweet, bruh. That's an insane amount of control. Well, you know what really helped, actually? One of the things that really helped is a little cheat code is like this piece of wood here. Boom. Bam. Bam. Little piece of wood. It's kind of like, you know how they showed you like that little stick they put like that your armrest on the table that you see like the old artists use, like that little stick thing? Similar concept. Like between this and this, like out here. Get out of here, bug. Just cussing it. Sorry, that was bam. Yeah. So the piece of wood really helps. Plus, the only time it's like really annoying is like upper left corner. Yeah, you got to do the old. You got to do one of the. You got to do one of these, and then just kind of like focus. Boom, bam. Yeah, exactly. But that's all. Out here, like this, up until we get into this area, it's easy peasy. Up here, you gotta do one of you gotta do the crab finger, pinky on top, whatever you gotta do. And I know you're supposed to draw from your shoulder, bro. I don't know. The magician's revealing his secrets. Sometimes I'll do Sometimes I gotta hit him with the pinky. I'll do one of these, like the pinky stabilizer. Bam, boom. So, all kinds of little tricks and tips, bro. Pow. Everyone has their own tricks, yeah. Drawing from the shoulder is not one of mine. I do not understand how I could sit here and draw from my I mean, when you're doing the sketch, yeah, it's like. Yeah, but I don't know, man. I do not understand. My buddy told me to do it from top left corner down. I just forget to do that. That will help. That will help, but if you are doing it from top left down, I feel like what it's training me to do is touch the paper. And I want to be able to touch any part I want to be able to work on any part without risk, essentially. So I don't do that. Obviously, this is the most common thing, right? Work from the head out. Like most people do it this way, and sometimes I do it this way, sometimes not. But this time I am. So top left corner does work, but it's kind of like the martyrdom in Call of Duty. I don't like relying on getting kills by having a perk that realize of me dying, if that makes sense. I never remember to either. Yeah, I just roll with it. I just send it. Crab finger. Yeah, you gotta hit him with a crab finger, and just do one of these. I gotta start in the center. Yeah, it just depends on where if it's a dragon and the head is pretty big here. Yeah, we're gonna start from the center and work our way out. Freaking Yuri, mad skills. Thank you, Misery. I try to make the stream high octane. You gotta put in sound effects. Bam, pow. Do you work dark to light or light to dark? Hmm. I'm trying to think. Do I work dark to light or light to dark? I'm trying to encapsulate what that means. Uh, mm, you know, that's a good question. I don't know if I can answer that. Somebody on a platform where I can't talk about says, "This is looking amazing. Thank you, Cupcake Diva. My oldest is obsessed with dragons." Nice. Thank you, Cupcake Diva. Yeah, sorry, just a platform. I just can't say their name. You know what? Maybe I should do time lapses. Somebody mentioned I should do time lapses, and I think I should post them on TikTok or something. Get some traction going on there. I have to start with the dark parts first, but new snobs tell me I'm doing it wrong. You know, I'm a whatever works guy. I'm not sure if they're right or wrong. I've never heard that. I think you just gotta like work it so you yourself understand the shape of what you're drawing. Like you gotta work out the shape, and so I don't know. I don't know if I've heard that. They might be right. Like ultimately, there's probably some super good reason, but I just kind of make sure I just kind of understand the shape basically, and I shape to complement. Obviously, the light is coming from this side, and then I'm just working things in so I can like the shape makes sense, the curvatures and stuff like that, and that's what I try to focus on. As far as how and when I use the light and dark, I don't know that matters, but I could be wrong. I don't want to misguide people. This is why I don't teach. I just draw. I don't want to send people in the wrong direction, but I'm more of a whatever works. That's my kind of motto. Well, the reasoning behind it is easier to go to dark, so you figure out all the bright spots and gradually move towards dark bits so you don't overdo it. Interesting. Interesting. I think as far as I know, I was watching not Coolio. I was watching Flotar this morning, and he was doing some legit like white paper, like building up the entire picture with graphite, and he was doing the five different degrees of shading, and he was like doing the real deal, kind of like as far like practice kind of stuff. And I think that like, and that's what my mom was talking about too. She was saying about you got to lay out like your degrees of shading, and you got to like understand what's going on. I'm just kind of sending it right now, and I kind of go like, man, I don't know. Yeah, I guess like in that respect, I need to like pay more attention in terms of like I need to like get a book about shading specifically and just focus on that. I mostly just like send it kind of more or less intuitively, but and sometimes that works. You know what I mean? Sometimes that it works out brilliantly, and sometimes it's like meh, meh. But as far as I can see, Mr. Forbes is using tone paper, adds light with a white charcoal, and adds the dark ones in any order he wishes to. Yeah. Yeah. It's harder to explain what I do because it's 90% instinct to me. Yeah. Yeah, no, I should probably, it's probably best that I do kind of hit up what do you call it? Like, I do need to, like, take it more seriously. Like, even though I can make things look impressive by just rendering more and, like, but, you know, it's like something I need to, like, when I was learning perspective and I finally, like, went out and got books and, like, read through them and practiced, it like, I'm like, oh, it, like, opened up a whole new world. And I'm sure that it wouldn't hurt for me to, like, do the same with regards to shading more professionally in like but things tend to turn out understandable, you know what I mean? The end product is understandable and readable. So I don't know, but I feel like I'm probably lacking there some understanding that would revolutionize things, but right now I'm not super duper worried about it. I'm more or less, if I have time after the stream or if I have a day off or something, I usually try to hit up my anatomy. I just that's kind of what I've been focusing on, because I think remembering the muscle groups and stuff is like my main weakness. Like memorizing all that stuff is like it gets fuzzy fast. You know what I mean? Five hours, 20 minutes, guys. Let me. I'm gonna go cook some meat for the dog really quick, and I'll be back in like 5 to 7-ish, 8 minutes maybe, 8-10 minutes, because I gotta cook him some food, and I'll be back. But I'm at 5 hours, 20 minutes. I gotta feed the dog. I saw a digital artist before that adds the shades first, then lightens it up because it because it wouldn't get darker than that. If that was done traditionally, it would be a waste of paint rather than utilizing the light colored background. I'll start the timer. It was explained to me that I'll yell out of the kitchen so you guys can keep hearing me. I fell into the naturally talented club, and that is actually a disadvantage because I ended up skipping fundamentals and other disciplines. Other people have to do and don't develop a good way to figure out what I'm messing up. Yeah, I kind of did too. I think that's pretty much my story. Is like I was talented enough to ignore a lot of stuff for a long time because I would just detail stuff and it would look impressive. So now we're like going back and learning stuff for realsies. I'll give you 15 minutes. Nice. In the meantime, you can all pretend to see me oil painting. I'll hear the dog and How in Heaven chewing down. Right, I gotta let me go put some meat in, and I brought I should still have snacks around that I bought for this. So yeah, I'll be right back. I still got four more minutes before it gets done cooking. Grab a fresh drink, stretch, have a hoot, and whatever you need to do, lol. Pat the dog for me. Meat, what the? Nice. Yeah, I give him fresh ground meat, like ground beef. So you know, it's good to get up and take a break from like staring at this, because like now like the picture looks way different to me, because my mind has like even that like a couple of minutes of rest like really helps out with that. I'm gonna try and use the ivory, slightly a warmer white. I'm hoping it'll help me kind of. I know we like the blue hue effect, but I want to get away from that eventually, and yeah, I don't know. How's everyone doing? Isn't that weird how that works? Yeah, it really helps, especially like when I leave the stream and then I come back the next day and I'm like, oh, like, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's good to take your eye off of it for a little bit, especially for those who have worked on vehicles. Leaving and coming back is a good idea sometimes when you're like stuck on something. It's always good to like walk away and let your brain rest just a little bit. Dang, this is pretty cool. Yeah. But it's not that. It's like it's more like I'm seeing the new opportunity of like where I need to move. Like I was like kind of like I can now see where the refining needs to go. I heard it. I heard it beep. I heard it beep. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta put it in this bowl now. Okay, I think we're back. Usually I get those large water bottle refills for $2.50. Nice, man. Or we talk. Nice. Let me sharpen this this bad boy back up. So I had to budge and buy the bottles that are filled. I like the bottles that are filled, just honestly the convenience. They're just way more convenient to handle. So I do go for the bottles of water for my drinking water, if I'm being honest. But I don't know, the filters, I'm just not sure. The filters probably are the most cost-effective way to do it, but I just don't know which ones I can trust. You know what I mean? It's hard for me to buy the idea that you can put like a thing on your, under your sink and is gonna filter the water. All that, I don't know. Unless it's like a multi-$1,000 system that's in your basement as the water comes in and there's a bunch, and it's doing a bunch of stuff. It's hard for me to buy that one of those, even if it's like an $100 thing, that it's gonna do all that much. But so I don't know, but you never know. Yeah, bottles of water are awesome. It's hard to believe the cheaper filter that much better than it already been filtered. Have you checked Berkey? Oh, that's a good one. No, I haven't heard of that one. It's a tongue twister. Yeah. It definitely would help me, you know what I mean? Because I drink water, So, but Well, I gotta go get some groceries. If you're still on, I'll see ya when I get back. If not, have a good one. You have a good one. Good one to chat. Thank you. Thank you, CD. I appreciate your company. Hope your grocery shopping goes smoothly. I'm excited to post the other picture later tonight. Thanks for doing this. Yeah, no problem, man. Grocery shopping after dark, stay frosty. Beware the grocery cart drifting grandmas in the aisles. Oh, it's a big baby. Come here. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Sometimes he makes like these pig noises. He'll make this like what do you call it? He like makes, I don't know, this kind of There it is. You guys hear that? I only go grocery shopping after dark if it's a matter of life or death here. I feel like it's, I don't know, I haven't felt like like it's too crazy out there, but maybe your area or something, or I mean definitely stay frosty for sure. Check your 6 or whatever they say. Apparently, the grandmas are organized illegal drifting competitions in grocery aisles lately. Well, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but brah, at night all the vampires come out. True. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Appreciate that. Those grandmas can be dangerous. Oh yeah. They got nothing to lose. Nope. Just the dentures, but nothing, no biggie. You never know. They could be retired criminals just chilling until one day. Jen Jen says, good evening to all the honey buns in chat. Thank you, Jen Jen. I did start a lot earlier than I expected because my work didn't go through, so I just started streaming like a million years ago. But eventually I will go to that schedule. How's your day going, by the way? So you're almost done? No. But we finished the other picture and someone requested a dragon, so we're doing a dragon. I'm almost thinking, I almost want to do like bigger horns, like I almost want to do like, sometimes when you add too much of the horns though, they start to kind of look like not like dragon. 27 viewers. What the nice. I'm requesting the princess. It is a princess. Her name is Miss Dragon. What the? I mean, I might do a princess. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just not my. It's just not my like typical bag of good. You know what I mean? It's like not in my repertoire, if that's a word. I didn't have any cash to tip the installers for today's dishwasher installation. What the? You gotta have the cash, bro. You gotta have the cash. To be fair, like, I don't even carry cash on me, and I'm a big cash, or I was a big cash guy for a while. Even I kind of gave up on cash. You did an Alice painting recently, didn't you? That's true. Although technically, I don't think Alice is. Was she a princess technically in the lore of? Put it in your repertoire. I'm not sure if I'm like exactly using the correct word, but that doesn't really bother me. What the? Nice. Thank you for the follow. She's a weird girl, that's it. No problem. Thank you, Lego Craftman. Thank you, thank you. Do you really want me to say who she was? Who? Alice? Alice? How's streaming been going today? It's been chill. Just chilling, talking. Had a lot of good combos earlier about stuff. I forgot what we were talking about, but I felt... I don't want to ruin it. Alright, don't. Yeah, please don't. Keep the weird jokes. Try to keep them inside. Let me handle being weird. Tell me. What did we talk about? We said something about, intrusive thoughts. And then we talked about how much I don't want to go to jail. And people were sharing stories. I passered for a dragon drawing, and this absolute legend came through for me. I think this is going to be a good one. I'm going to spend extra time rendering it too. I'm liking the way it's turning out. Thank you for the follow. This is an absolute thing of beauty. Appreciate that. Plague Hive Studios. Nice name. It's looking good, like the dragon in the Hobbit. The dragon. Oh, the smog or smoggle, smog. Yuri and Slip played Connect 4 earlier. It's been a relaxed day. Oh yeah. Me and Slipknot fan, we played Connect 4. I did end up pulling off a victory. I got him with this last one. This is where I won. He had me going. He had me trapped right here. Like if anybody went here, the next person would have won. So he had me in the corner. Yeah, we try to play games. I think we're going to make that a regular part of the show because I think it worked out really well. I think people kind of enjoy it. So I did get Slipknot fan this time. See, if I could even play guitar at that level, that little like, I would just bring a little guitar here. It's a pleasure to meet you, Smog. Yeah, thank you, Plague Hive Studios. Appreciate that. Connect 4. What the? Oh yeah, you weren't here for that. He had me on the ropes, man. Old Slippy didn't not slip past Giaforos. He had me on the ropes, but he didn't notice me. He didn't notice my little move there at the end. I think there is a Connect 4 online, so you don't need to use that paper next time. Yeah, but I want people. Thank you for the follow. I want people to see what's going on. You know what I mean? I kind of like the way we do it. I'd like to learn to play poker. Yeah, I'm terrible at poker. I have no clue. You know, I played like 10 years ago. I'm not like into it, but like I played it and I got beat horribly. So it's weird. Like the girl that was like on the table, not on the table. She's like, you know, with the table or whatever. She was like, it's like she knew what was going on. Like she knew I was bluffing every time. It was weird. Like she just knew. Like I couldn't get anything past her. Like I would try to bluff, and like to be fair though, I never got good cards either. Never once got like good cards. So, but she like when I would try to bluff, like she's like, no, you don't have anything there. Get out of here. So I got beat terribly. Egg no Gremu says good evening, sir. Good evening. How's it going? Have you ever seen those championship poker games on TV? They have pikes of $100 bills, piles of $100 bills. Usually they have chips. Don't they have chips that represent the money? The poker girl and the chess boy knew each other. They knew you were bluffing your moves. Yeah, like it wasn't even kind of. They probably had a camera on you. No, it was like a living room situation. We were at a friend's house and we decided to play poker, and she apparently knew what was going on. And I was like, even when I tried to bluff, she's like, you don't have any. You know what I mean? Like, Yuri has no poker face now. Ah, I do. It didn't matter. It didn't matter what it's like. All my cards were bad. Like I couldn't do anything because it's like, okay, I have nothing. I have nothing. I'm like, okay, I'll try to bluff and I'll be like, I'll act like I got something. I'm gonna go like heavy in, and she's like, you don't got nothing, man. Like, I'm like, that's true. I would just lose. Every time I went in, I would just lose. So that's why I'm not a well. Obviously, that game is high skill, like, you know what I mean. But I'm just saying, there's like, for me, it was like the element of luck. It's like I just couldn't get anything going. Like, that's why I don't like dice games. Dice just hate me. Like, I can never win a dice game because it's like, I'll just give you an example. I've talked about this before, but like, I'll get, let's say I'm playing at like Risk, and I'll roll like 1 2 2 2 3 2 1 1, and the other guy's rolling like 5s and 6s every time. Like, if they get a 4, if they get like a 4 6, that's like a bad roll for them. And I'm just like, I can't, like, what can I do? You know, that Blind Swordsman was a good gambler. Nice. That's why I don't like gamble. I just as soon as you introduce luck into it, I'm like, I'm out. He could tell by the sound what he rolled. Sounds like loaded dice to me. Sounds like they're heavy on one side, if you can tell that. I want to play Connect 4. I don't think I have enough brain cells, though. My whole strategy is hoping you don't notice that I'm about to Connect 4. That was what I was hoping for, and that's what happened. If you had bad card, why you play them? Fold, bro. That's the thing, is that all my cards were bad. I had to play. Like, I felt like, okay, I'm just going to slowly lose, and I have to, like, get in there and, like, at least she'll think, like, because I'm folding, right? And, like, if I go in hard right now, she'll think that I got something, because I've been folding the whole game, right? And she was like, it's like she knew, so, like, it didn't help, like, so that was my whole strategy. But it's like, if all my cards are bad all the time, and I never go in, then aren't I still gonna lose? Eventually, or something? I don't know. I forget. I just had no luck with it. You gotta play the cards you're dealt, bro. And I had some bad cards, bro. Like, what was weird is, like, she would know what everyone's doing. Like, it was weird. Like, she outplayed all of us, like, super easily. Like, zero stress. It's like somebody that picks up a shooter game the first time and you just clown on them because they're like barely able to like traverse the maps, and you know exactly where they are because you're like screen peeking. That's how bad it was. It was like playing for the first time on a shooter game you've never played, and they're screen peeking. Like that's how bad it felt. Like it wasn't like I could not have won. You know what I mean? Zero chance. What the? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, you are that Asian math quiz champion band? Wait, what happened? But needs a good. Wait. I missed it too many. Wasn't there a cart? Oh, sorry, Coolio. Wasn't there a cart counting trick to know which cards are already exposed and which are still in? I know there's like a game you can do that in. I'm not really sure because we shuffled the decks. I think it's. I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend to like. But needs a good memory to pull it off. Yeah, card counting is technically illegal. Although to me that's like. Isn't that like you being good at the game? Is like you are, like you're just an expert at it, right? I don't understand how that's illegal, but I don't know how they would know, other than you're winning. But I think there are people who are banned in Vegas. They have to keep rolling on to the next station because they get figured out. And then once you get a reputation for consistently winning, and to consistently win you have to be not cheating, but playing the game really well. Yeah, I don't know too much about that. For me, it's a hopeless. You know, math is like counting cards is like you have to be pretty good at that like whole deal. So. And judging by my math skills, it's pretty much GG. I'm gonna lose if math is involved. Does anyone have any opinions about the Fallout Season 2 episode, the first two episodes? I want to talk about it. If not, that's fine. But I like Fallout, the show, personally. I thought it was good. The main plot I'm following and interested in is if she's gonna turn the ghoul into a good guy. If she's gonna like turn his dark, cruel ways into being humane or whatever. That's kind of like that's where the storyline that's interesting to me is like Lucy and the ghoul. I've only seen clips with you guys. Yeah, you only saw a little bit. I gotcha. It's alright. Let me turn up my air. It's getting kind of cold in here. It's getting a little cold. There are too many plot twists for my small brain. I had to rewatch those episodes a couple times, to be honest. Part of it is because I watched them at the very end of the day, and my brain is just fried, and I keep like looking at my phone, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, they're still doing stuff. I don't know. I just have a hard time like at the very end of the day if I'm watching a show. Like my brain has got like two neurons that are still like firing, so I just keep zoning out. All right, let me turn up my air a couple degrees. I don't know why it's getting cold in here. Oh, somebody on a platform I'm not allowed to talk about. Good evening, audience and host Faroz. Thank you, Shogun Masta Harlem. Thank you, man. That looks cool. Appreciate it. Appreciate that. See, is anybody on? Other platform? Is anybody watching me on unnamed platform? One person. Nice. Thank you. Appreciate it. There you go. I stopped caring about that on other platform when they asked for my government ID. I don't think so. Oh, I got a dirty secret to tell you guys. I went to Walmart the other day, and I saw Haagen-Dazs. And I've been talking about it on the show. And I bought I was gonna buy the coffee one, but I already had a lot of coffee that day. So I bought the. It was cherry. I think it was all just cherry with like real cherries in there. Bro, I just pigged out and I ate the entire thing. I just sat here and I ate the entire thing. Haagen-Dazs, what the? Yeah, the entire thing, one sitting. But it was a smaller one. It wasn't the big tub. It wasn't the big tub. It was a small tub. Almost gave myself a brain freeze. It felt really good. Haagen-Dazs is one of those things, you can't stop eating it once you start. Yeah. It was good, too. Because I accidentally left it out and it kind of melted a little bit. So it kind of went down faster. I was slurping it up, man. And the cherries, fire. Man, it was good. Good times. Oh, you know what I didn't keep track of? Okay, kind of disappointed in myself. The scales that are kind of going towards the upper side of the neck should be more folded over since they're like kind of going that way, if that makes sense. And I kind of drew them all kind of similar. I mean, they look like they're tilted, but they should be a lot more. I'm gonna have to play it, but I don't know how I missed that. But you know, it's going around a cylinder. Cylinder, meaning there'd be like more of them folded over at the top, kind of. I can hack my way out of this probably. I can hack it up and kind of compensate for that. But I'm gonna do a little bit of a hack job here to kind of buy my way out of it. To kind of give it that curvature, sense of curvature up there. It's alright. It's alright. We make mistakes. Yeah. I slept good too after I got eating that tub. Man, I slept good. Just my legs twitching from the sugar. It was good, future oil. Mmm. But you're on the diet, right? I don't want to talk you out of your diet, or you know, because you're like. But man, it was good. I can't have too much ice cream either. I'll break out. Man, it was good. Just me. I'm salivating just thinking about it right now. It's a skin problem for me. Yeah. Well, I mean, if I just did it every day, then for sure. But. I don't want to. Is it allergies? Ask Coolio. He's allergic to fun. He has that skin problem where if you have a little too much fun, he starts to break out. It was so good. I feel bad for people who are allergic to good food. Yeah, yep. Makes me break out like a 13-year-old who saw it. What the? Usually don't break out when you. What the? Lactose intolerance? Nope, just anything fun. Anything fun. He just has skin issues. Anything fun and it's over. Yep. Kind of. I do need hugs. I'm tired. Might take a nap. Alrighty. I understand. I'm allergic to churches and holy water. Are you sure that is an allergy? I like the way the shading is coming out here. I'm gonna have to push that too, kind of. Looks almost Lord of the Ringsy back here. You know what I mean? Kind of Lord of the Ringsy energy. Oh my gosh, Sabo, hi there. Whoa, been streaming a while. Nice dragon. How long have I been streaming? Are we 6 hours? Just getting warmed up. Just getting warmed up, bro. Maybe I should do my take on Entry of the Gods into Valhalla. You know, that painting where the Vikings are going off into the dedication. One thing, I'm a nit allergic to holy mass, lol. What the? What the? Yes, let's do a shout out really quick. Rizano, yo. Shout out. I'm surprised Shipochi hasn't been here today. What the? Rizan. No. Oh, I did all caps. Damn. One second, guys. Don't type. I'm having a hard time keeping up. Zano. Shout out. Bam. Pow. Bam. Did it. Your dragon looks insane. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. You want to drop your Insta into the chat? You don't have to. No pressure, but do it. Rating party. What in the name? What the? Nice. Unfortunately, I'm already leaving. I'm tired. Have a nice stream. Thank you. Appreciate the raid. No problem. Have a good night, y'all. Yeah, you too, Rizano. Have a good one. Appreciate the raid. Show the previous... Oh, to the new people that got raided in. Let's do that. Let's do a quick little detour. We'll do a quick little... This is what we finished earlier today. The dystopian, nightmarish... industrial hellscape. They were printing 3D printing synthetic people in these chambers, but then the world fell apart and now it's just them by themselves just kind of hunting rats, you know, as one does. So this is what we finished today. I think it turned out pretty nice, the perspective and stuff like that. I'm pretty happy with that. I made a couple perspective mistakes, I think, but I think it's not instantly noticeable, so I'm going to have to forgive myself. I just have to forgive myself. I cut off the top because Instagram, I really can't fit anything but a square in there anyway, so that's why it's like that. And every time I start a new picture, I always forget about that format, and I always have to be like, I feel like today was really raid heavy. Today's been like raiding it up. I don't know if it's the algorithm gods, or what, but okay, that might have been a mistake. We'll see. We'll see if I can. I guess I'll have to settle for my mom's tamales. Yeah, I'll just. You can live vicariously through me when I eat tubs of Haagen-Dazs. I'll let you know what that was like. But if you want the full experience, I can just eat it on stream next time, so you kind of get the idea of how good it is. That way you're not like left out, you know. You shouldn't have? Nah, it's alright. But seriously, the previous owner of this house never even bought appliances. Yeah, dude, that's how I live. Yeah, same. I'm that owner. I got one fork and a bowl I hand wash my dishes. Problem with appliances is like it's expensive to when they break. Did the company take away your other dishwasher? Because I don't know. I've always had appliances. They just don't last as long, and it's like they're super expensive. Luckily, my washer. The one thing I won't go without is the washer and dryer. You know what I mean? Like I'm not doing the 1800s like wash one thing at a time kind of deal. But other than that, you know what I mean? Did they take away your other dishwasher? Is that how that works, or did you have to like run that out to the pound? Like, what did you do with it? I'm just sort of curious how that works because they took it. All right. Because sometimes, like, I don't know what's like. I had a mini fridge that broke, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with like? What do you do with it? I bought it through Costco, and Costco has a great service. I agree, everything is made to break nowadays. I've learned to fix more things these days than I ever would have. Well, like my parents had like a nice Japanese like washer and dryer, and like the motherboard went out, and the guys came over and they're like, "Yeah, well, there's, I mean, like replacing the motherboard is about as expensive as getting the new unit." So it's kind of like the machine components are fine if they were like mechanical and like you know, it used to be that like on my washer and dryer I bought the mechanical timer and installed it, and it's been working great ever since, and that was like $50 because the motor's fine and everything. It's just that like, you know, it's just everything is like, and how does the motherboard, it's not, how much processing is it doing that it's burning out, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, it's just annoying. I like to like buying appliances that are kind of like in that mid-range, like too low price is actually kind of better. Like those whirlpools, those cheap whirlpools. They're like kind of like you can kind of work on them, you know. But the super advanced stuff, it's like it's, I used to not be like this kind of person. That I look forward to the future. Now I'm like, no, 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 no. I don't want the advanced stuff. It just breaks. Some of the new washer dry things send that data to inform on use, probably so they can make their parts cheaper. Hmm. See, and that's another thing though. Washer sends that data to inform on use so they can make the parts cheaper. Here's the issue. That has to be hooked up to your Wi-Fi. So if you have an appliance that's Wi-Fi has Wi-Fi capability, that's a compromise point on your house. I'm not even kidding. Anything that has like anything that's a Wi-Fi thing, capable thing, that's just another entry point into your overall system. So I want my appliances to be dumb appliances. The parts are as cheap as dirt for like the cheaper appliances, to the mechanical timers and stuff like that. I could be wrong, and they're kind of built in the way that they're non-modular. It's like you pull out, you can't get to the thing to get to the thing. The whole thing is just trashed because the unassembly time would just be like cost prohibitive to fix a lot of times. Yep, like why would it have a motherboard Wi-Fi? Like a new fridge, no thanks. Yeah, it's just a compromise point. A lot of people don't even know that they're putting things in their house that's like somebody can, potentially hack into. This dishwasher can be connected to the cell phone, but it's optional. Yeah. Do you know if it's on or not? If the Wi-Fi is it on? Is it actually? When you turn off that option, is the Wi-Fi actually off on it? So that's the other thing is that I'm like, it doesn't need to know, like, the dishwasher doesn't need to know things about my life. It needs to wash the dishes. As far as I know right now, it's just a dumb dishwasher. Okay, yeah, keep it that way. I would definitely turn that off. You wash dishes? Well, Jen, I only have one bowl. Like, I have one bowl, 2 cups. I splurged. I have 2 cups. I can't fall asleep. No, I get that. Yeah, I hate insomnia. I have, I splurged. I have 2 cups. But I don't have enough dishes to warrant getting a dishwasher. Like I said, if you want to not have a dishwasher, here's what you do. Pro tip: number all of you. Put a number on all of your dishes that correlates to a person in your house, and so everyone owns 1 fork, 1 dish, one. You know what I mean? 1 cup, and if they clean it right after they eat, you never have dishes. Or am I being crazy? I feel like I'm making too much sense right now. So I'm gonna have to bust out the eraser here. Little 2 cups. A couple of years ago, my electric company installed a better thermometer. I noticed it was changing my cooling and heating, so I replaced it with a low-tech one. Yo, did you hear about the? Oh my God, not to tinfoil hat. Not to tinfoil hat, but there was man, I heard some stories about like those newer electric meters that are like they I don't know, I forget what it was, but my mom was telling me about like something about them. The new electric meters have something on them that like you don't want to have. I don't know. It's like it kind of acts as a. I'm not gonna lie, I forget what it was, but it was like the new electric meters have something going on with them. Although I'm a little confused about how your like electric can have a meter that changes your cooling. Like, how's it hooked up with your central air? That sounds reasonable, but I want a whole set of dishes. I just eat out of a bowl. They all have to match. Yeah, most of my stuff is just black. I don't like machines that are too dependent on mobile apps. Nice. I'm trying to kind of. I want under the neck to have like kind of dual armor plating kind of a system going on, if that makes sense. Kind of thing. I know this is usually the soft spot of the dragon, but a lot of times the dragon's coming down from the top. You want that armored up. I don't know. Maybe I should have just done the soft underbelly like normal. Now that I'm thinking about it. You know what? I guess I can just turn that into... Yeah, I can turn that into armor. I can justify it by... I can justify that by doing... The thing is, the dragon's always coming from the top. You don't want that neck exposed, you know? My dad has a... It was a smart one, and it acted like what they want you to use versus what you want. Yeah. No, I'm good off of that. I'm good off that. My dad has a like it was just 68 in here. Usually 66 is where I keep my house, but like I was feeling cold and I don't want to be cold. So I turned it up to 70. You know what I mean? My dad has the fallacy fridge with the cam inside. It has a screen on the outside. It's pretty cool. You can watch movies and listen to music. Draw me the picture, make me the mother of the dragons. Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. But I will say sometimes at night it's tempting to have the thermostat control via cell phone. No, when I go to sleep, I like it at 66. I like to barricade myself with, you know what I mean? Like I like the experience of like, I like to be cold when I'm sleeping, and just kind of huddle up and just I basically entrench myself in my bed, and it's like it's pretty good sleep. It's how I like it. The Nest thermostat, yeah. I can put rivets on this thing too to kind of sell the armor look and some of those ropes that they kind of have under the armor. Yeah, this is going to be dope, guys. Actually, this is actually kind of... I wasn't sure about a dragon when somebody mentioned a dragon, but now I'm kind of digging it. The dirty little secret about AI is that it can only learn what's on the web, says Future Oil. Nice. Dragons love gold? Yeah, they do. These lines are going to help me with the scale placement with because it kind of curves, it kind of does this thing where it kind of goes back again towards the body, so they would get like shorter visually. This is gonna be I'm just loosely placing the scales to kind of give myself an idea, but there's gonna be a lot of As long as there will be someone who can digitize stuff, it can learn from anything. Truth, yeah. And electric power, it needs electric power. I'm sure there are some computer nerds who are building their robot wives. Oh, that's coming, yeah, that's coming for sure, bro. No, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even being facetious. That's for sure coming. Like. Can you imagine going to a dinner party and someone's like, "This is my wife." And it's a clanker. Bro, you're dating a clanker. You know, it's like, what the? You'd be surprised how Detroit become human represents answer to those types of questions. I think a good movie to watch is there was a movie called I forget what the name of it, but it had was it Ex Machina? Guys, check out Ex Machina if you want to see a depressing version of probably what's gonna happen. They basically this like sort of Steve Jobs type of guy. He kind of has this, you know, he's building them in the house, and he's like uber rich. He invites like one of the workers to kind of hang out. And the worker he communicates with the robots and stuff, and she tricks. Oops. Anyway, spoilers. Anyway, go check out that movie. It's basically GG. It didn't go well for the humans. Wasn't there a Japanese mannequin who married who married Hatsune Miku several months down the line? An AI company went under, so his wife doesn't respond to him anymore. Bro, brutal. Bro, I'm more than that's. To be fair though, I remember there was an epidemic. Do you guys remember Tamagotchi? when I was a kid, I remember, and this is dark, I'm not trying to make light of it, but there was a epidemic of kids allegedly committing, bad stuff and to themselves because their Tamagotchis died. And it was, yeah. I think it's going to be like that, but way worse. I had a Tamagotchi before. Bro, I got so angry. My friend got a Tamagotchi because his dad found it on the metro, and I was poor. And I'm like, what the? I want one. And he just had one, and I'm like, I know it's just a game. So, yeah. I'm surprised they didn't kind of keep that going. I felt like Tamagotchi was such a big thing at one point, like when it blew up, that they could have definitely reinvested the money to make like a bigger egg with like a more advanced Tamagotchi. It's not unlike playing Fallout, Shelter. Have like a bunch of pets in there you manage, and you can go to other eggs and sell your pets, perhaps. Start a Farmville, sell those resources to other egg hatchers. You know what I mean? They could have done a real thing with it, but they just kind of... I felt like Tamagotchi... They just didn't really... Not saying they did nothing with it, but it could have been a bigger thing, Because they had like a real gem in there. Like, once you get people that invested into something, bro... I heard that rumor. He sounds like a safe driver or something. Noise. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Hate to talk bad about the departed, but we don't say. Oh, I think I lost track of the conversation. I think this metal is gonna look nice. The armor. And we can put a shoulder piece here, maybe. I don't want to get too wild with the armor stuff. Kind of have to keep it in theme with this kind of design too. Okay, I'll have to. I'm gonna have to like brainstorm on that. I'm gonna have to do a little brainstorming before I commit to the armor piece there, because I'm not an Apple user personally. I'm not affected. I mean, I don't prioritize their stuff, so I don't. So it doesn't make me think less or more about their products. Yeah, I've never owned Apple anything. There is some Apple related stuff at work though. Yeah, I think if you're in graphics design, they want you to have that. I don't know. I've never touched an Apple, but there's a story behind that, and it was school related. They poisoned my perception of it by having really slow ones at school, and then in middle school, and then I just associated Apple with slow computers that weren't fun. I think that's why first experiences are kind of important, because do you guys feel like Apple's still up there? Do you guys feel like Apple is a must-have item, like for the Apple users? Like, are you guys still into it, or is it kind of fading away? Because I'm typically a Windows guy, but I'd rather switch to Linux. Well, I got my one computer over here on Linux. I got Linux Mint on it. Insta first exposed Apple pick in the 3rd grade. Insta's first Almat Art says found your channel. It's looking awesome. I think YouTube wasn't updating. I swear to God, like the text just moved up like nine messages. I wasn't reading YouTube because it wasn't like. Yeah, like YouTube wasn't updating for a while. Sorry guys. I didn't mean to ignore you. Just didn't update your messages. Draw me a picture. Make me It was a nest. I love it. Where's Future Will? He's on Twitch. Where's my friend Slippy? He was here earlier and we played Connect 4. Switch 2 has a Tamagotchi game coming out soon. Nice. Is this AI? You can't make iOS apps the easy way using Apple machines? Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about that. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Um, there's a big market in the U.S. for Apple products. There's a big market in the U.S. for Apple products. Yes, that's true. That is true, my friend. I'm not being judgmental. I don't care if people use Apple or whatever. It's not a. I don't have a. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just sort of curious about whether Apple is on its way out or not, or if the people who are like into Apple, if they feel the rumbling of the a dying empire, because I've heard that I hear things, I hear things here and there, about how Apple hasn't really met expectations, or really hasn't really come out with anything revolutionary in the last 10 years or something like that. I hear things, and maybe people are becoming concerned that even though, despite their piles of cash that they still have, and they maybe aren't really maybe they're not really the same Apple you used to be. That's the chair making that noise. That's not me farting, by the way. For those who are concerned about that, it's the chair. I can't replicate it now. Okay. Man, this dragon idea was a good idea. In hindsight, like now that we're really exploring this. This would go. Actually, this leg would be like, I think, further down. Sorry, guys. This leg would be kind of... Could be like kind of further down this body. I think I'm gonna have to just shade this just to kind of give myself an idea like of the distance versus the back, and then I'm gonna hit it with the white just to kind of establish the distance between the spaces. I have to shade this over here. Okay, I think that's supposed to be the middle of the bag. Okay, sorry, I'm like losing track of my sketch here because like I think that's the. Things get a little confusing because it kind of pushed the body back there. I think that's the wing. Touch the wing here, and then that's the middle of the back. I'll kind of play off of that. This is definitely like a more complicated geometric form here that I gotta like. I got lost in the sauce here for a little bit. Dragons get kind of complicated, especially if you're trying to get fancy with them. They get all snobby with you. I definitely want to have some overlapping. I almost said shingles, but scales over the belts here to kind of sell that it's you kind of go over the top here a little bit. No movie night? No, I'm just like that. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Is chat not working? On Twitch? I don't know if nobody talking. It's cool if nobody's talking. I just don't know if it because it says welcome to chat room over and over again. I don't know if it's just glitching out or if it's because YouTube was acting up earlier. But yeah, we're not doing movie night. Japochi's not available, and I'm just gonna stream it up. And Did you have a movie in mind? I'm just listening. Gotcha. Yeah. This is a pretty mean looking lizard. Jen, did you have a movie in mind? I don't really. There's nothing out there that I really. Ever since Begonia, I'm like, wow, I've seen the greatest movie ever made. And that Nicolas Cage one where he where he became what do you call it? He started like appearing in people's dream scenario. I love that movie. That was a really good one. Probably gonna have to put another belt up there somehow. I think you mentioned something about Dragon's Body, but I can't figure it out, so I'm just waiting for the sketch to reveal itself. It's all good, bro. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I just saw a commercial for a movie from the 90s with Adam Sandler as physical comedy. Hmm. Did you guys see the Adam Sandler movie where he goes to space and he finds a spider that's like a ghost spider from another civilization, and he talks to it, and the spider gaslights him into going back to Earth? Haven't seen that one? You should check it out. It's on Netflix. I forget what it's called, but yeah, he's having like sleeping issues, so it's not entirely clear if he's just going insane, but he finds a spider that's like a it's hard to say if it was like a metaphor for his insanity or something, but or if that actually happened. And it was a good movie. It was a good little movie. At least aesthetically, I enjoyed the aesthetics of it. It like had a cool vibe to it. Maybe I'll do. I was just thinking maybe I should do like a black wolf next or something like that. I haven't drawn a wolf in a while either. Actually, I might do the same treatment as I did on the face and kind of do the white pencil again, and kind of like really, really render all this out if I wanted to. You know, could draw a baby for me. Still working on that baby. In fact, that is what I intend to do. I think I'm gonna give it the old. I watched a short film before about a man who is observing a giant alien creature just spacing out serenely, obviously computer generated, and documenting his observations, but on the other side his partner cannot see it and thinking he's going insane. It sounds like a lot like that Adam Sandler movie. Did the creature look like a spider? Alright, I'm gonna use the this is like kind of like what I did with the face, where I hit it with the white and then just re-rendered everything out to kind of ultra smooth it. But I really like the way this turned out. It still has like I want it to maintain a little bit of rawness, and so I'm trying to maintain like kind of the creature's sort of aggressiveness. A lot of times when I over render, I feel like it loses a lot of the edgy kind of like anger to it, and so I'm gonna try and maintain the sort of the like the same kind of energy we're going with the dragon. It can go either way, but that is how short films go. It leaves judgment to the viewer to figure it out. Yeah, I think that Adam Sandler movie was pretty good. I kind of didn't like that the alien was like you're running away, and I'm like, but he's an astronaut. He's like, you mean going forth and the discovering, right? I don't know. It seems like in the short film it looks like an organic creature, Gundam style, although not Gundam looking. Oh, okay. You know what movie I really liked? That I really, really liked was God, I can't remember. Annihilation with a bear, bro. Even the end of the movie was like, I think if that movie had been if they were to make that movie I'll show you guys the magic. If they had made that movie, what am I trying to say? Like if the CGI was just a little bit better all around, like if they had put a slightly higher budget on it, although things look great, it would have been just a banger of a movie. But it was still really good, and man, Everything from the beginning to the end of that movie, I really enjoyed. There was a couple instances where they got jacked by monsters because they weren't like just not holding their these are like military people and they're like just not they're just putting their rifles down and walking away from them, and I'm like face palming, you know what I mean? It's kind of like the movie trope. It's like, oh no, I left the gun in the other room, and right now would be a nice time to have it. And it was like a lot of those kind of moments, but if you just ignore that, it was quite a good movie. Back in the day, Adam Sandler movies were hilarious. You know what, though? Like, good for him that he just has enough money that he can just kind of... I heard he kind of makes his movies just for his friends. He just kind of invites his friends and they just kind of don't worry too much about, it's just more of a... I think he has like the energy of a man who won life. He doesn't need the money. He just kind of invites his friends to kind of do a flick, and they all kind of have fun. He's putting like good 35% of himself in there as far as his energy, and they're not as great as they were. But like that's just what happens when you like win at life. It's just like, I can find and paste YouTube link here if you would like to check. Well, I don't click on links. I don't click on links. But just a security measure. Unless it's like to Instagram or something. Then I'm still a little paranoid about that. It's nothing against anyone personally, but I just do not. I try not to click on links. Well, I guess I do when people post their Instagram and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Your dragon looks great. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate that. And then when I go over this, it's gonna look a lot more better, hopefully. Although I do kind of like the way this backside looks, but I'm just gonna keep this theme going of like doing like a double render kind of a thing going. I just kind of dull it down and then I bring it back out again. Sorry, I'm falling asleep. Good ASMR, no problem. I understand. And at least we're providing a service in some capacity. This is boring in a good way. Nice. I was making bang and boom sounds earlier. You weren't here for that, but you should have been here. It was something else. It is on Lido YouTube channel. Alright, throw the link in. Hey Foros, I'm on your beautiful Instagram currently. Amount of progress from 2018 to current is huge. Keep up the good work. Oh, I appreciate that punk Darius. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I try. Sometimes I wonder if I'm getting, you ever get that like I'm not sure if I'm getting better feeling? I had that feeling big time. But I think that you know. I just want this dragon to just look awesome. Man, Foros, I'm telling you, you gotta make a calendar of. That's what we're gonna do. What's her name? Carolina was talking about that. We're gonna have to do a calendar. I think that'll sell, right? I don't know. I don't really want to do any other kind of thing. You know what I mean? You got one for each day of the week? True, probably at this point, yeah. But yeah, this is a different Baby in the Pumpkin. Oh, I've seen your Baby in the Pumpkin thing. Nice. Yeah, see, the white still blends a lot better than all the other stuff. I'm pretty sure, like, that's the issue. Like, it just does blend better. It's hard to get away from that white pencil. The ivory still doesn't do that. Still doesn't do it like the white one does. Gonna be no audio, but didn't reset your camera after. Oh shoot! No audio, but you didn't reset the camera after you sharpening your pencils. Wolfgang, thank you. My bad. There must have been a huge car accident on the way back from the grocery store today. Saw the ambulance and Coles from blocks away. You know, I've been seeing a lot of patrol vehicles lately. Like a lot of them. Just going off everywhere. You guys, is no audio issues on my end, says Future Oil. Yeah, I've just been noticing a lot lately. The police and the ambulances, they're like just out and about all the time, kind of. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little eerie when they're just there's just fire trucks and like police and like they're all just like kind of moving all the time to somewhere. It's like, what the. It must be the holidays. Something, bro. Something's happening.
The many miles we walk.
I'm glad someone told me about the old the camera not being reset. Jeez.
The building of a shrine, only just to burn. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. May the wind be at your back. Good fortune touch your hand. May the cards lay out astray, all from your command. That's the way it is. That's the way it is.
I'm in VC Discord, but watching without sound. What is a VC? Voice chat? I'm in voice chat on Discord, but watching without sound. In our Discord? It like updates YouTube chat. It must turn into a pumpkin after so many hours because YouTube chat doesn't update. Like it updates every 15 minutes. Why am banging and booming sounds? What are you guys talking about? I don't want a calendar. I want a gym shirt. You guys are planning on watching a movie? No, no, I wasn't. I'm just gonna keep on streaming for a while. I guess I'm just gonna go with the white on the dragon for the whole thing because it's I'm figuring out that it's with the blending kind of thing I'm doing, it's kind of, I think that's the way to go. How much longer are you streaming for? I'm not sure. Not really sure. I'm definitely gonna. I've been looking at this dragon for so long now. I'm definitely gonna see this when I close my eyes and I go to bed. You know how when you do something for so many hours, like that's all you can see. Like when you've played a video game for like 9 hours straight, you get that like that's all you can see kind of thing. I'm feeling that right now with this dragon. I'm gonna see it in my dreams. I have to clock in with my Fortnite crew tonight. That's understandable, yeah. Do your thing, no hard feelings. I totally get it. Gaming time is gaming time. Are you really playing Fortnite, like, seriously, like that? I did not see you as a Fortnite player, Jen. But I get it. I get it. I think my gaming days are kind of behind me a little bit. Like that's how I feel right now. I'm just not super interested in gaming anymore. Until I'm just yearning for like a really good strategy game or something like that. Two victories last night. Alright, Jenny, you don't have to flex that hard. That's what all the cool kids are doing. Yeah, and then you post and get 0 likes. Say it ain't Joe. Don't you play for several days recently? You streamed it? Yeah, and after that, I was like... But I'm telling you, like, last couple of weeks, 0 interest. I don't think I'll be doing the gaming thing, like the streaming. I mean, I'm not saying never say never. Justin Bieber taught me that. But, you know, I'm just kind of... You always say stuff like that about me. I can't find that short film. It's okay. No biggie. I clock in late though. I need to dye my hair again. My roots are showing. What the? I also need some food in my fridge. Yeah, food is important. I gotcha. Semper highly. Thank you for the puppy. Thank you. Appreciate the emote. While randomly clicking on art streams, I find this awesomeness. Thank you, man. How's your night going? Your what is showing? Oh, future will. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Thank you. I appreciate the nice comment, man. I appreciate the emote. I want my friend Jibochi. Yeah, he's really nice to have in the stream. Unfortunately, you know, the real job is kind of getting in the way, so I told him he's gonna need to find new employment because it's getting in the way of his stream watching, and it's just not working out. But he knows how to keep it lively and friendly. Things normally don't go completely off the rails with Jipochi. He knows how to control the Oh my god. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Keep it lively. He gets a little band happy sometimes. Sometimes when he doesn't like someone, he's like you know what I mean? It's just funsies, yeah. This is just for funsies. Oh my god. Just spit in my picture here. So, well, someone on the YouTube chat, they said they wanted to see a dragon. I haven't drawn a dragon in a while, so I'm like, yeah, you know what? I think it's time for a dragon. I haven't done one in a while, and it's kind of within the kind of stuff I like to draw, so... I mostly just draw for funsies. I kind of rarely take commissions. I'm just a drawing enjoyer, you know what I mean? I just kind of enjoy the process and learning and stuff. All the good stuff. As a D&D nerd, I end up making my own digital tokens for monsters. Hardest critter for me to draw was a Displacer Beast. That doesn't ring a bell. I did draw some D&D commissions for a small company. I love working with them. Some people are really great to work with, and some are not. And some people will ask for a lot of changes, but then they'll reward you handsomely for it with the money. And some people are just painful to work with. Period. I'm not complaining. I'm just. It's like that in any industry, I suppose. Coolio, he is a trust fund baby. He doesn't need money. No, I do. I actually do need money. That's why outside the stream, I'm working. I really wish I was a trust fund baby because I actually don't really spend money that much on stuff. I am perfectly content just to sit in my house and stream all day. You know, but unfortunately, that's not really feasible. At least at my level of, you know what I mean. That camera angle is making the body look really small, but actually no. Gotta like. But actually, I'm gonna make it bigger regardless. I didn't think this would be a complicated piece, but like the further I'm going into it, the more it's like, whoa, what's going on? Gotta kind of keep things in line. The head turned out to be the simple part. I was worried about the face, but the face ended up being like the easy part. The way I drew the neck going back into the body, like kind of that way, kind of like, sometimes that throws me off. It's a running joke on Mr. Float stream because he was able to maintain it for 11 years now. He's a trust fund, maybe. Oh. No, that would be awesome. Especially if you're not the money spending type trust fund baby, but you're just double super chilling with that money, collecting an interest and just drawing, bro. Sign me up for that trust fund experience. I don't even want things, bro. I just want to sit here and draw, and maybe play Diablo 4 and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I like a nice computer. You know. Yeah, but Flotar is he's a really good artist, man. How do I do a shout out? Like on my channel? Can I do a shout out to Flotar? Is that possible? Like if I do a shout out right now? Shout out. Float. Is it hard 2 R's? Bam, guys, go follow Flotar. He's like a really good artist. The guy's legit. Like he's a real deal. Well, personally, my fear is if I was born into a trust fund family, is that the other brothers would delete me, bro. Well, they would have money too, though, right? But you never know. Sorry, I've been listening to the been listening to that music for a little bit. Why don't you change it up? If the family split their trust equally, you would not do such things. Truth. No comments since this is a family-friendly channel. Yeah, we try to keep it family-friendly. Appreciate that. I appreciate you remembering that part. I already say enough weird things to run people off the channel, so I don't need chat helping me get rid of my viewers. Unless there's a black sheep or an adopted one that wants revenge, like a typical drama plot. If it's on national television, it is PG. Unless they're the helicopter parent kind. It was in a classmate's home before watching Dragon Ball Z, and a smartass cousin played what the and grown up I think the classmate's uncle turned TV off. Obviously we crossed the line. Good job on that grown up. Yeah, I think a lot of people do probably like don't watch, like they probably aren't keeping track. I know a lot of devices have, you can see like what your kid's phone is seeing and stuff like that, which I think would be honestly in today's day and age with like what you can find on just like YouTube. I think that's very smart. Having said that, I don't know how many people take advantage of the tools that are available. But yeah, I would not let a kid use a phone, depending on the age, without any kind of restriction. I think that's probably not the wisest thing, I think. Like, even YouTube, you can like find some pretty crazy stuff. Yuri is a trust fund baby, he told his mom. I want my friend Japochi, he does add the seasoning to your show. The girls only go nuts when he's gone. The girls only go nuts when he's gone? I remember that. Okay, I remember what you're talking about now. I utilize those tools for my kids. I think you should. As much as I hate like a super sterile world, I don't. It'd be one thing if it was like, it's just like too crazy out there. I feel like on the internet to just let them kind of venture into the unknown, because yeah. I mean, I've seen things. I see things. I hear things. And I don't want to be a prude or, I don't want to clutch my pearls too hard, but I mean, Jesus, they got some stuff on there. I think in Australia they already banned teenagers from using social media. Or mobile phones. What's a teenager in Australia? When's that end? I have to fact check just a while. Yeah. Or just social media. Unless the kid is one step ahead and use NordVPN. Yeah, China tried to implement something like that with video games, and everyone just bypasses it somehow. It's not on one hand, you kind of don't want to sterilize the world too much to where the kids aren't, they're growing up in a digital age, and if they aren't, and if they aren't adapting for sort of tomorrow, kind of, you know what I mean? It kind of could turn into a thing where they're just behind, but at the same time, the internet has everything on there, and I don't think kids should see what's on there. What the? I'm a Gen Xer. I had my first kid at 30. I took my kids outdoors hiking. Now they go out into the wilderness without tech. Nice, man. I'm 35. How old am I? Or sorry, what gen am I? Am I one of those disgusting millennials? Am I? I forget what I am. Millennial. Yuck. I don't even like the word. You know what I mean? They treated us so harshly. Like everyone else got Generation X. Sounds mysterious, dangerous. You got the old. It's just like we got millennial. It sounds like weak. It like comes off as weak and pathetic off the get. You know what I mean? It's like I hate generational terms. Yeah. Which sardines did Sleepy said were good? Oh, Jen, I don't remember. I know I just eat the regular water sardines. Freestyler says, "Wow, I do not catch your stream often enough. This art is sick." Thank you, Freestyler. Appreciate that. I try. Schedule will be somewhere near this time in a few days or so you'll get to see more of this art. Yeah, I think in the future I'll be starting at 5 p.m. pretty soon. I was thirsty. During COVID, we had to get the kids tablets for distance learning. We decided that outside education, they had to earn their tablet time with chores. Nice. You got to do something right. You gotta hit them with the. You gotta hit them with something. I don't mean hit them. I mean, you gotta get them good parenting skills. Yeah. I concur. I think my parents did a pretty good job. The Protoss theme, my favorite. My life for ire. Or whatever they said. I have succeeded on getting them to want reasonable careers. Youngest wants to be a mechanic, oldest has to change their major due to health restrictions. But they want to be a nurse like mama. Nice. I hear there's good money in that. It's hard work though, I hear. Very stressful. Wife has a box of wine. I know what kind of day by how many glasses she drinks after a long day. Yeah, they do long shifts, right? Yeah. 12 hours usually. That's what I used to work in manufacturing. I know them 12 hours can. It's a while, you know what I mean? I mean, if you're busy, the days go by, but man, 12 hours is a long time. But we worked 2 on, 2 off, so it wasn't too bad. I did chores as a child, but I can get away with watching late night shows because shows are in English, not my native tongue, and documentaries because I do well in school. Nice. I'm really glad I'm getting to pivot in my life to a different station because I did not like my, you know, the 12 hours of standing can get rough at a certain age. Did you have a hard time switching to English as a child? I think so. I mean, I was 9. I was still pretty young, but yeah, it was. It was. I would say it was not easy, but like doable. But it was like I did not find it easy to switch languages. You know, I just kind of went to school and like slowly learned. What the? Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the subscribe. But yeah, it was. It was. You know, it wasn't too bad because like when you're younger and stuff. But I just went. I didn't even have to take a citizenship test because I was too young for that. Or like I came in early enough that like I just kind of like. They just kind of like were like, okay, you're a citizen kind of thing. But if I was like 15 or something, then they're like, you need to know your stuff. Man, Forrest, you're getting interviewed left and right. What the? I know, right? Yeah, but I'm trying to remember. I remember it being like hard, but like, you know, in hindsight, like it's not that bad. But at the time, I'm pretty sure it was. Maybe you can write a short blog. What about my experience? Like of my life? It's not. It's pretty uneventful. I just went to school and stuff. Like, I don't think people are going to be yearning for the Yuri experience. I just kept my nose clean and went to school and didn't cause trouble. You know, it was pretty. I was kind of lame. What's your first language? Russian. But I'm from Belarus, the Republic of Belarus. But we spoke Russian. That's what I love about Twitch, getting to talk with people from other places. I missed that from my time in the military. What'd you do in the military? We had like 5 military people here the other day, all talking about the Navy. The Semper, I'm gonna guess the Marines, because of the Semper Fi thing? USMC, oh, okay, got it, yeah. I wasn't in the military though. No, Future Well was in the military. No, he was in the military. I try to make it to a point to earn please and thank you in whatever language the country I was in. Now I've forgotten most of them. That's kind of what I do on Twitch. I learn a word or two of every language so I can greet people. Bonjour, guten tag. try to get the basics down. So you could say I'm fluent, you know what I mean? Also includes sign language. I communicate with art. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. I also know a little ASL enough to get in trouble. Art Universal Language. Nice. Yeah. I like to draw just monsters and just cool stuff. Cool guy stuff. Did you start this piece today? Yes, Biotex. Let me show you. I don't know how long you've been here. Let me show you I don't know how long you've been here, but I finished the other piece today, and I started on the dragon because someone asked for it. This is what we finished. 3D. It was a human 3D printing facility, and I like the way the perspective worked out. And now there were just feral synthetic people living inside of catacombs of the Empire or whatever. So that's kind of the finished piece I gotta post later today. Less than a minute. Nice. I did some pinup Halloween monster girlies. Nice. Nice. Very Blade Runner. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted the idea was they're humans are dead, humans are gone, done with, and now the only people that are alive are the synthetics that were 3D printed out. Kind of like you saw the water, kind of like the resin 3D printed, and they had those plastic wombs or whatever, and then they finish sort of getting done in there, and then they don't have any. The lore in my head was that they don't have any knowledge of their past or anything like that, but they have all the faculties. They just don't have any prior knowledge of themselves. So they're just kind of like these feral 3D printed people, and they just run around and they're just trying to figure it out like the rest of us. You're learning to promote yourself. Oh, thank you, man. Usually my my self promotion just stops at saying "what the," and that's my go-to line, and then beyond that, I don't know how to push it any further. Wolfgang says, "Marines, my arse rides in Navy equipment, sir." Nice. Does this one have a story yet? This is just a dragon. The dragon is just somebody on YouTube asked for a dragon, and I'm like, why not? Why not? Draw a dragon. Finished the VC, and I'm able to listen in now. Nice. Yeah, I didn't Marines originate with like having troops defend ships and stuff like that? Wasn't that like the origin story of like the concept of the Marines is having like sort of troops on ships so they don't get docked or whatever? Back in the old days, working on my D&D setting, I was thinking of adding synthetic people similar to. Yes, that's what Marines started as. Nice. And yeah, I'm much more. I think I'm much more into like the cyberpunky kind of like dystopian stuff. Kind of like if you've ever played Kenshi, like I really like the Kenshi kind of stuff. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I mean they're like lost children, right? They're super strong. They're synthetics. They're not gonna die anytime soon. But because they never had the firmware installed, they're literally like kind of like babies figuring stuff out. And yeah, that's the darkness they live in. Marines are the Department of the Navy, the men's department. I've played Cyberpunk back in the 90s. Nice. Let me take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Put that right there. Put that right there. I'll grab a quick snack. I will say though, eating peanuts for 12 hours or like all day, not a great idea. Just living off of peanuts and coffee, my stomach isn't agreeing with it. I saw Semper mention he was in the Marines. In the future, Bao and I were chatting about the Navy yesterday. Oh yeah, they were going all out about the Navy. Not anymore. There are SEAL still stays Department of Navy. Now we're directly under the president. Whoa. Sometimes I see streamers who do not know how to market themselves. Me. But sometimes I also see streamers that they are so good that their dialogue sounds scripted and inauthentic. Yeah, I think like I know what you mean. I think sometimes like if you do this too long, maybe like on a professional level, you do kind of have to hit the same lines to kind of like keep the dialogue going. You know what I mean? And you kind of get that broadcasty kind of like. You know what I mean? But yeah, I get that. You've just volunteered yourself as a Chat's new post commander. I made sure all my social media has uniform names to match my Twitch channel. Nice. Leave the shopping carts out in front of commissionary. I'm not talking the heat. I'm not taking the heat for that. My niece is allergic to peanuts, but she kept eating. I tried to stop her. Yeah, I have no allergies whatsoever. I have never had a single allergy, even not even shellfish, nothing. I do have to eat a little cleaner now that I'm older, but I used to just live off of garbage. I could just eat garbage forever. I developed an allergy to latex. It's sprinkling out. Well, thank God my cement. I was fixing a post that I've been talking about for a week, but cement finally hardened, and it got windy one day. I got nervous. I'm like, if that post moves at all, that I have to dig all that concrete up and start over. Do a story time. Jen, I'm kind of lame. I don't really have stories. I mean, sometimes I think of one, but all my stories, I secretly want to hear stories from all these veterans about their exciting journeys in the military. That's what I want to hear. I just kind of, my stories that I went to school, I kept out of trouble, I got a job, I saved money, you know, my life is like very linear. Are those rivets in the scales? No, this is gonna be metal armor underneath here. That's why it's strapped down to the beast. But I can see why it's confusing, like with this thing right here, kind of looking like scales. I can see why that would be. Turns out some food have latex in it naturally, like banana and avocado. Oh, I donated 1 ton of C4 in 29 Palms, California. Nice. But to be fair, you can't just encounter latex in the wild. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I think my thank you for the follow are becoming like what Coolio was saying. I just kind of say it now. Thank you for the follow. Like a machine. I guess I haven't really expressed that this is metal maybe enough to sell the idea that this is like undergarment kind of a thing. After the Marines, I worked in a food processing plant, wore latex gloves almost 8 to 12 hours a day for 5 years. Yep. I worked in a plant for a little bit that had stuff in the air, let's just say. I have to be kind of vague. And I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna come out of here in 10 years and not have something wrong with my lungs because of what was in there. And they assured us that there was no research done to prove that that specific type of material would cause permanent damage. I'm like, I'm gonna be on an infomercial where they're like, have you or your loved one ever breathed this stuff in? As I'm coughing up blood. So I kind of knew to get out of there. I'm like, oh no. those cheap Halloween masks that you want to throw afterwards. Yeah, those smell funny. You ever smell a Halloween mask? That doesn't it smell like the cheapest plastic available on Earth? Well, I worked in the mold and asbestos. Abatement industry for a while. Had the same feeling. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, there is no way I'm walking out of here without health issues. If I sit here for 10 years, I'm done. I put my 3D printer in an enclosed room one time. Big mistake. The whole room smelled like plastic until I aired it out. Maybe carcinogenic too. Yeah, the 3D printers, especially the resin one where they fill up with the water. Not the water, but the goo. Those you have to ventilate properly for realsies. Jen says, "Oh my god, me too. I'm sensitive to latex. I also can't eat avocados." Really? I didn't know latex was just. I thought that was a manufactured, like that was through manufacturing. Trying to. Navy ship accidentally fires on Polish port. Oopsie daisy. I hope everyone's alright. I mean, it was in 2009, but you know, we all make mistakes. I was a part of the emergency medical team, but not assigned to the medical department full time, so I found out 3 years in that we were supposed to use gloves when handling some sort of cleaning supplies because they're highly carcinogenic. Yeah. What's funny too, you know what's super funny? Is when they showed us photos of the other. Okay, I'm trying to be careful with what I say. Okay, yeah, because I didn't say the company or anything like that. Let's just say they showed us photos of other plants dealing with the same chemicals we do. Full hazmat suits for like the ones you see in the movies when they're killing zombies. Full hazmat suits. I'm like, how come we're like wearing paper diapers on our face? Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, how am I gonna like, that was a fun experience. I missed the guy that did it. Got off with no charges. The Russian newspapers said stuff like U.S. shells coast of Poland. Yeah, I'm sure that. Yeah. This is what 1 ton of C4 looks like. I try not to click on links, guys. I don't click on links. Jesus, this looks so fucking sick. Thank you, Murder Hollow. Appreciate it. Paper diapers, basically, like, you know what I mean. It's just like a little paper mask, and you can feel like everything just goes around. It like does nothing basically, and yeah, they're like, no, you're fine. The stuff. I don't want to talk about it too much. I don't want to. Actually the company itself was great, like in terms of pay and stuff. And their whatever, like management, loved all of it. I just, I kind of was like, honestly, I was kind of done with manufacturing. I'm like, I do not want to be part of this world anymore. I would like to skedaddle out of here, and not get crushed by a crane, not get stuck in some machine and turn it into goop. All of that was not part of my future, I felt. I think the links are for chat to enjoy. We can tell streamer about what's in the links. Alright. Yeah, I just, if people send links, as a security measure, I generally don't click on links. I'm sending you a link. I ate some sardines. They're okay. Sardines are okay sometimes. You know what I mean? I enjoy them as a quick snack. Industrial areas are full of horrors. We'll only figure out later. Yeah. I've definitely seen some videos of some horrific stuff for sure. Be careful out there. Actually, well, I don't know if I can talk about it. It's not like a secret, but it's just that, you know, I want to be careful with what I say in general, or more careful than I have been. I've known people that got super hurt at places I've worked. Let's just say that, and it only takes a moment of what do you call it? Not paying attention, I guess, to become different forever. Complacency, yeah. Especially once you've been at a place for 10 years. You know what I mean? It's easy to start getting super chill about stuff. But yeah, you mentioned wanting to hear veteran stories. Yes, so I went and found a CNN article that my ship caused. Brutal. How does that happen? Like, I mean, was it a train? Were they supposed to be training? And then what? Well, you don't tell me anything you're not supposed to tell me, but obviously, but I would figure that like a Navy ship would have like so many steps of protocol before a gun was able to fire. You know what I mean? Like there would be like checks and all kinds of checks before anything was allowed to accidentally discharge. Just, you know, I feel like whoever made that mistake or whoever that mistake got hung on, career done. That guy's career was over. I'm assuming. Tell us everything, future. I won't say anything. My lips are sealed. Says Jen Jen. That was Jen Jen. We had a wall of shame in our battalion office. It was of Marines and other services getting blown up during training for complacency, stupidity. Yeah, I've seen those videos of people throwing grenades, and the grenade just falls back into the trench that they're in, and the trainer has to get it out in that like 1 second. Those are pretty terrifying. Jen Jen says a wall of shame. Stop lol, that's awful. That's off of. I'm reading the chat off of YouTube in case for those who don't. The most memorable for me was this guy missing part of his jaw because he bit the blasting cap to crimp it into a time fuse. Whoa. Part of his jaw because he bit a blasting cap to crimp it into the time fuse. Yeah. Wow. Wolfgang says, so the guy was cleaning an M240 machine gun, and a round went off into the side of an unmanned warehouse over the 1MC. The ship hears negligent discharge. Starboard side, Mount 241. The Polish authorities came on board for a bit, but we were already leaving, so they had us leave port but stay in the area for a little longer, and that was the incident itself. Okay, so I gotta reread the first. So the guy was cleaning an M240 machine gun, and a round went off into the side of an unmanned warehouse. Oh, over the 1MC. The ship hears negligent discharge. Okay, so it was. I thought it was like the cannon went off and hit their port. He'll give Jake Paul a lesson. The guy that did it, he had to deal with the investigation, yes, but he had a good rest of the time in the Navy. He didn't re-enlist, but not because of the incident. Saw him later, and he was doing well. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought like one of the big cannons like accidentally fired into the port. I'm like, wow. Yeah, but I mean, a bullet going off, I guess, like, you know what I mean. In boot camp, we had a guy was about 26. He was doing some drills, including jumping jack moves. Suddenly, his jaw falls down on the side of his face. His jaw falls down on the side of his face. Nope, the M240 is about the size of a rifle round. Jen says, OMG, I'm shook. Yeah, right, yeah. Stroke or his jaw disconnected? Yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out. That is such nightmare fuels? No, he does not disclose that he had some surgery prior and was kicked out. Something from the surgery went loose. Whoa. Wowie. Loving the design. I'm reading the Dragonlance Chronicles 40th Anniversary Edition. All 3 books. Nice. Nice. Thank you for the hang on ads. However, the Commodore had to do an investigation, so we got a new port visit that wasn't planned. Portsmouth, England, where the Titanic sailed from the maiden voyage. On its maiden voyage, we were too close to shore to dump sewage. So the toilets were locked up for 3 days. People found ways to pee and poo. The sewage barge never came. I remember seeing large garbage bags going into the trash barge, as well as tiny bags. Yikes. got Pete on the anchor. Sounds like a bad time. Oh noes. I'm back. Nice. The Tomahawk missile guys, one of the janitor enlisted guys walked in on the chief pooping into a bucket. Then the reenactment is of a screechy get out. Training in Kuwait, the light armored vehicles were doing night fire. Turns out camels and piles of burning tires show up the same on infrared, and they accidentally hit a camel with a tow missile. Nice. I like to explain the difference between most U.S. military branches. The Navy, like this, sailors have more in common with convicts than they do with soldiers, Marines, or airmen. Brutal. I feel bad for people who got deleted due to friendly fire or accidents, but I think a few of them are due to stupidity. Right. Yeah. Dude that did it was shitting bricks, so depressed and waiting for the investigation to end of his life. Yeah, because your career is put under question, right? Like, Heiko Michael O. Looks awesome as always and relaxing to watch. Good night, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. I appreciate the comment. What made you want to stream all day today? I just did. I don't know. It's just, like I said, I'm just not interested in playing video games as of recently, so I'm like, I might as well just kind of hit the drawing thing a little bit more. Future World Beautics, what in the world are you talking about? Let not air out dirty laundry in public. What the? Tell us a scary Russian Belarus folktale? I don't really have... a folktale? Like the Baba Yaga kind of a thing? Or... I don't really remember how it goes other than... It's pretty similar to all the other countries' like lore of scary witches and stuff, things of that nature. Finally, on the day of the investigations, the Commodore came and the guy had to reenact how he was cleaning the gun on the flight deck. Don't worry, there was no ammo. In the middle of the procedure, the Commodore stops him and asks, "Here, did your muscle spasms?" And the guy says, "Yes." Commodore says, "Okay, that's all I needed to hear," and walks off, marking the end of the investigation. Nice. I mean, I revealed Night Ops on the other team stream We totally resemble convicts more than the other branches. That's super funny. I guess it makes sense, because if he said no, then it's like, alright, well, it could have only failed because something happened. Because then it's either your muscle spasms or you spasmed or you didn't follow protocol. Like, those are the two options, so you better say that it spasmed. Why was he cleaning with live ammo is my question. I never even thought of that. That never even occurred to me. That's a good point. Good point. That is interesting. I feel like even I would know to take out bullets before I cleaned my gun. I mean, I meant to say theoretically. I see it was a M240 or something happened with how he took the ammo out or something, so maybe there was a round left itself in the chamber or something. I own guns. I'm cleaning them. First thing I do is clear the chamber. Yeah, that seems like a super good idea. That seems like a super good idea. Give that a quick check, you know. Do a couple slides back, make sure that... You know what I mean? I honestly don't know how he did it. I just remember the incident, the waiting and the investigation result. I have no clue why it happened. Monday, November 02, 2009, 8:39 p.m. Subject, thank you for visiting Gdansk, Poland. Thank you for visiting Gdansk, Poland. As allied country in NATO, we feel even more secure than we now know that you have all your weapons with security off when visiting us. We are glad for your diligent readiness and fast shooting ability of our security, but we have to say that we are very happy that you were cleaning the machine gun and not the missiles. Welcome back, friends. I recall in boot camp I could disassemble and reassemble my rifle in less than a minute. I know it's weird. The round should have dropped out after the belt was taken out. If it was in there, I don't know, man. Maybe it happened as he was removing the belt. If the changing handle slipped out of his hand, then when he was pulling it back, it could have sent the bolt home and fired the bullet. If the charging handle slipped out of his hand, and then he was pulling it back, it could have sent the bolt home and fired the bullet. Maybe our interpersonal relationship function exactly like a prison. Ever needed to get a quality done? You go buy an energy drink, bribe for those gun deck signatures. The armorers are the worst people to trust with the armory. I haven't touched a 240 in 25 years, but I can close my eyes and envision the process. Nice. I guess my stabbing story wasn't as interesting as the 240. That's why you don't bring a knife to a gunfight. I was a 249 gunner for my squad. Now that gun sucks. I'll see myself out. I can see. I must have. Did I miss the? I can see the stabbing happening, especially with the convict comments. I don't know if I missed a comment or something. I don't know. I don't know. Be out while I was serving in the submarine force. I don't think I saw any prison behavior you described. My cookie got stolen. I put my hand on his shoulder to shake him to get him to give it back. He reached up and removed my hand, breaking my pinky. The chef corpsman is like, Wolfgang, what the hell is it now? You don't steal snacks. Wait, what happened? What did you say? I don't know. I think I missed a comment or something. Someone got stabbed over a Butterfinger bar. Someone got stabbed over a Butterfinger bar. Oh, I must have missed that one. I think you missed Bu's comment. I replied directly to it, so you could be able to click on it, and Twitch will redirect you to it. That's the comment. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, man. Yeah, sometimes I miss comments. I think my like attention was focused on the 240 story. This is hard. I have no clue what's going on in the purple chat. Jen, you gotta go to purple. You gotta read it. These comments are wild. These comments are interesting. The action is on Twitch. What about my friends? I don't think anyone's on you. What about my friends? Well, no one's on YouTube. Like, not no one. I mean, there's 4 people watching, but I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of talking happening on Twitch. Like, you can just, tabs, and like you just go to the one where there's a combo going. Teamwork. He should see it now. Wait, reposting, so let me give you an example to prove my point. Our ship went 2 sailors, 2 captains, masked sailor for stabbing Sailor B in the leg with the legging knife. Sailor B left because they stole Sailor A's Butterfinger. Wouldn't give it back when asked, hence the stabbing. Teamwork. Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, I assume like a stabbing is a career ender, right? That's pretty much the end of your career as far as progression goes. I had someone got a glass jammed into his face. Nice. That cut all the way to his jaw. Done. All because he accidentally stepped backwards and smudged another dude's Nike shoes. Wait, were both the people in the military? That seems crazy, dude. I had someone got a shot glass jammed into his face that cut all the way to his... That seems crazy, though. Don't touch his Butterfinger, Jen says on YouTube. Yeah. makes the dream work. The point is they were threatened with the same level of penalty. Oh, for stealing the Butterfinger and the stabbing. I mean, yeah, I could see how those are pretty much the same. If it's a piece of cookie, it would have been in his mouth. That time we're probably already swallowed. Hadn't ate it yet. Pretty much. Not at all. 45 days in timeout and half pay. Wow. That's really crazy. This you would hope that that's like, you know what I mean? I can see sliding on some stuff, but what I mean, if it's a stabbing, that's just like that person is just unhinged. You have to be able to not stab people. I'd be pissed if someone touched my cookies or cupcakes. Pissed? Yeah. No, I totally understand why that would lead to a violent outcome. And not only did my cookie get stolen and my pinky broken, he was so freaked out from the snap of my bone, which I didn't feel much, that he pushed me up towards medical, knocking my damn favorite drink over in the process. That was fully reasonable given the cultural context. Don't take my Butterfinger and I won't stab you. Yeah, nice. My dudes, you were like primary school children with this kind of attitude, but already grown-ups. When he ordered pizza in the barracks, I'd buy two, one for me, one to sacrifice to the homies. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, but seriously, if food is scarce, anyone can be riled up like that. Was it scarce? Sailors are dangerous, deprived of sunlight, and locked in a tin can with each other, no more than 3 feet away from another human being at any time for months on end. Yeah, it's easy to say and judge, right? But yeah, I could see that. That would not be my ideal vision of how I'd want to live. I like my space for sure. Hey man, the recruiting station is open to anyone. Come join us. What his chat VFW post now? Oh, Silver says that is true. Nice. Hey man, I got kicked out for VFW post for calling out their small town racist BS. Hey guys, what did I miss? There's all kinds of fun combos. Are all the sailors with a bunch of other men, like only men? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the Navy's still all men or women, or like how that goes. I'm pretty sure they got like women in there now, but I'm not sure how the living quarter situation is. I don't know about any of that. Thanks, I'm good. Wolfgang, no, thanks, I'm good. No, thanks, I'm good. Sailors stabbing each other. Navy is cooked. This is by far the most entertaining chat I've ever had. Uh, uh, Biao says, we were integrated, but only about 3% female on my ship. Shit was rough. If you compare the scenario to a prison, I can see how it is. I can see how it is. Criminal activity, yeah, nothing new to the world. We are human after all. My first ship, they removed the 5-inch guns and put women's birthing in the old ammo magazine. Wait, women's birthing in the old ammo magazine. But me personally never saw, like, they birth children on the ship. Wait, like if you get pregnant in the Navy, they birth the babies on the ship. But me personally, I never saw or heard that that happen in base or command. A Snock Ninja stars on board during deployment from Turkey, and then on the return home, I still had them hidden and took them home. Nice. Birthing means like a bunk room. Oh, okay. I thought you misspelled birthing. Birthing. Okay, means like a bunk room. Nice. When I was in the Navy, women were allowed in the surface Navy, and I heard some stories that would make reality TV look like Walk in the Park. Oh, I'm sure the drama that gets spawned in those situations is wild. You know what I mean? Sorry, I forgot. I forget. Not all speak militaries. Right. Birthing is not birthing. Birthing is the barracks kind of space is on a ship. So yeah, it's birthing, not birthing. Yeah, I thought he misspelled birthing. I'm like, they like what? Like in case you get pregnant or that's wild. Monthly memos reminding everyone not to flush sanitary products, tampons down the toilet. Even old dude units had to share the memo. I heard women are now allowed in submarines. Nice. Don't flush baby wipes down the toilet on the ships, but when using regular toilet paper and it shows white, how can you really know that you are really clean? Wait, hold on. I understand the rationale for baby wipes. We went down this rabbit hole of the proper wipe technique. I myself am a paper man. I don't wet my paper. I just I roll with the punches. I just use toilet paper like a normal person. I move on with my day. Regular toilet paper and it shows white. How can you really know? You don't. But that's how I decided to live my life now. It was a whole one time we had a whole combo about the different styles of that, but I've just decided to just toilet paper is enough for me. Wait, how do women get pregnant on the ship? Jen, you know how women get pregnant on the ship. You know. I've been exposed to bidets, but I still use only paper. I shower frequently enough. Right. Isn't it regulated? I have no idea. Because of course. Well, no, I'm saying like they can regulate and say you are not allowed to get pregnant on the ship, but people are gonna do people things. I thought it wasn't like allowed. Yeah, but once the baby's happening, you can't unallow that. I mean, you can, but you know what I mean. Like normal wise, you can't. How do women get pregnant on ships? So mommy and daddy really like each other and found a fan room to clean together during clamp down. Make little navy babies. That'd be crazy. Like, imagine if we lived in like a Warhammer universe, and if your mommy and daddy were in the military and you were conceived, you like belonged to the government and had to serve your entire, like you were basically like a military. I don't know, like you basically were bound to be in the military, like you had to do it. The military is just a small sample of the population. Anything that happens in the outside happens in the military. Yeah, right. That's true, yeah. Whole new meaning to military brat. Yeah, right. They just have to be Spartans. Like their entire life is the military. My ship was male only for the enlisted officers. Could be women, but they had their own staterooms. Ah, like a ward of the state. Bro reinvented slavery. Not like that. Like, think cool and sexy like the Spartans, not like bad stuff. One common story is married female sailors on aircraft carriers come back from a long patrol, and when they get home, it's hard to explain the timing of the pregnancy. Oh, Vince Nine, hey man. Hey, Future Will, sometimes miracles happened on ships. You know? It's a divine miracle. That's a lot of semen. Veterans took over the chat and are passing stories to reinforce the claim that the Navy resembles convicts more than the other military branches. This is what DNA test tries to bridge the gap. Future Oil. This is what DNA test tries to bridge the gap. In my shop, for 33 enlisted, 4 were single and 3 weren't cheating on their partner. But hey, I appreciate the monthly check. My wife. Wait, they check you? I appreciate the monthly. Do they check the women for pregnancies every month? Is that what you're saying, or my wife then girlfriend gave me permission to care of my needs while gone? Whoa! My wife then girlfriend gave me permission to take care of my needs while gone in deployment. Wow! Wow! That is understanding. Wow. I thought we are family friendly. Yeah, I don't. I don't see anything wrong with that. I forgot about being family friendly. Kids, close your ears while we're talking about military stuff. No. Oh, I thought you meant like. I thought you meant like the pregnancies are so common that like every month they check all the women for pregnancies. But my uncles were in the army during Vietnam War era. Though stationed in Germany, they had crazy stories. Army of today is so much tamer. Check as in paycheck. I was fussing too much about the military, but they sent me money monthly, so it's a plus. Oh, okay. Oh, a check, like they pay you money. I thought you meant like okay. I was about to say, isn't that a bit extreme? But I get it, like... And I don't know, guys, some of the stories coming out of the military bases is pretty crazy. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Well, my buddy that I went to high school with told me his dad was in the last. This is what he told me. He was in the last flamethrower unit that existed in the United States. So this was a while ago. And some dude, that's just what he did. But some dude went crazy on base, and did the pew pew, and he had to tackle him. So that was a crazy story that he told me. Oh, that happened to his dad. They do pregnancy test you a lot, but not monthly. Oh, really? Some of us get pensions or disability checks from our service. Some of us get pensions or disability checks from our service, right? But you can look it up. Just take my married guys in the military. They were way more stressed out. I believe it. The VA considers me 100% crazy, so I get a disability check each month. Nice. Veteran. I've heard of the VA just because it's in the news a lot. About the not taking care of veterans. So, I've heard of the VA, but yeah. My bro-in-law is still active duty. He stopped someone in Afghanistan from self-deleting after getting a Dear John letter. Oof, yeah. Yeah, that's rough. Those are rough. I think that would be the hardest part. I think like if you're a single dude, I think the military would be not chill, but like a lot easier than if you got a family. If you got like a couple kids and a family, and you're gone all the time and stuff like that. That would be even if everyone was super understanding. Like with even if you had a super understanding situation, it's still like a rough, because you know. Future Oil says, so anyone does art here? Jody? I don't know who Jody is, but if I ever meet him... Semper Highly says, I am an artist. Nice. This is my one of my art pieces. Nice. Very cool. Not at this level. I've been working on photography and digital design for approximately 10 years. This is one of mine. Very cool. Where are you doing that in? Like, what program are you drawing that in? The military sure has changed a lot because I was a virgin the whole time I was in. Well, you were underwater because you said that women weren't allowed on there, and you were underwater. Like, it's hard to find a woman that far under. You know what I mean? Hey, Jen asks, did you find your wife in the Navy? I don't think he did. He told me he didn't. He didn't. I wouldn't call myself an artist. More visual information. The Rhino was Corel Painter Pro. Now I use Krita. I love Krita. I use Krita to like kind of do the contrast and stuff like that. It has like very good tools for like finishing up work to like kind of make it pop for the final post. I do mine by hand and then took a picture that I uploaded to my computer and made the background transparency using... Yeah, Future Oil says nope to the meeting the wife in the Navy, because he told me that story. I remember about how he met his wife. I use Clip Studio Paint. I met my wife. My wife on a blind date. Really? Nice. Oh, okay. You draw yours by hand, upload it to my computer, and then made the background transparency thing. Nice, yeah. Wife on a blind date. Nice. YouTube chatter can't see our emotes. No, I saw the rhinoceros. If you're talking about me, I saw the rhino. Wolfgang, the forbidden chat. Yeah, that's where Jen hangs out. I'm now on both chats. Nice. I stream on both platforms, art and games. Oh, do you really? Do you stream too? Or did you mean to say you? Or when I stream? Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. I see. When I stream, I do both YouTube and Twitch, but I haven't bothered to put emotes on YouTube. Speaking of Krita, one of my next project is gonna be animation. I stream. Oh, can you do animation in Krita? Nice. I just kind of enhance my photos there. I wanted to be a cartoonist until I realized I couldn't afford college, so I joined the military for college funds, which I tried, but I couldn't deal with sheltered college kids. Right, right. Yeah. Understandable. Wolfgang, you also stream? Nice. Well, let me Semper Highly. Let me give you a follow in case I catch you streaming, so that I can raid you if you're follow. I'm gonna follow you back. That way, if you happen to be streaming when I'm getting off or whatever, I'll get you a raid. Matt P. Mentel, I'm impressed by the detail and work that goes into making these drawings. Perfect work. Appreciate that. Pat P. Mentel, thank you. Nice. Reminds me of Blue Eyes, but put on steroids. Amazing. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I'm trying to think. Yeah, from Yu-Gi-Oh! Blue Eyes from Yu-Gi-Oh! The pronunciation is correct. The name is Brazilian, so it may sound different where you live. I really like your work. I'll be following you more often. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Hollow Rain, yes. My father was in the Navy. Very cool. Hey, Semper, yep, totally get it. I got outstated at community college, then went on to get my architecture degree, and I saw a lot of sheltered kids drop out. Jen says, hi, I'm back. Had to shower. Girls aren't allowed to be smelly. Okay, so is it YouTube for forbidden chat? Well, yeah, they came to visit you, Jen, but they left. Who came to visit? The people, Wolfgang and Semper Highly. They came from Twitch to come say hi to you. My problem was undiagnosed PTSD, making it hard for me to deal with those sheltered kids. I got 200 credits at community college after the Navy, still haven't gotten my bachelor's. Thank you for the follow. Today is just soup. I don't know if Twitch is sending a lot of people my way. Usually it's way more tame than this with the follows. I super appreciate it though. All the follows. You can do it, Wolfgang. Just start it out at your local community college and look up career you'd be interested in. They will give you a class list you need to take. Customers are jerks. Saw that earlier today, and it turns out the cashier was a veteran. Dude had to be 50, 60 years old, probably only working because it's the holidays and it gives him something to do. Then the hard part is sticking with it. Got off work late and decided not to stream but look for someone to hang out. Nice. Yeah, sometimes after work, yeah. My brain only has so much bandwidth before I just kind of... It turns to poop. Man, these plates of armor, I kind of sketched them out and I wasn't super duper paying attention, and I kind of like, well, I should have made these forms a little bit more let's say repeatable. I'm also putting these here to like kind of sell that it's armor a little bit easier. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of like not liking it the way it looks. As I said, I have 200 semester credits. Did that within 7 semesters, 2 years. I drive a lot for work. Today it was slick from snow and stupid people drive too fast. Sketched me out. Okay, wish you the best. It's a shame that people don't appreciate work like this. I think it's beautiful and I think it's beautiful and perfect. It's almost divine gift to be able to draw like this. Thank you, man. I appreciate the glaze. I still have a lot of my GI Bill been using my disability checks to pay for community college. Nice. In my country, curriculums have an expiry, so if you go back to a curriculum that doesn't exist anymore, then you might need to retake some or all of your subjects. I graduated within 4 years, so I don't have to deal with that problem. Okay, let me, I'm just looking at this piece right here, and it kind of looks so cool in the beginning, and then when I was sketching it, and now I'm just like, I don't know. I still want to stick with the armor idea. It looks super awesome, bro. Yeah, it almost kind of gives me like the same kind of design as like a vampiric kind of, you know how they put these kind of like these kind of Victorian kind of I kind of want more of a it's like the vibes are wrong. More clamshell instead of fluted? I think so. I'm almost 15. I have to put 2 kids through college, trade school, so not worried about going back to school. The scales look patterny, but it's okay. I don't find it off-putting. I'm kind of thinking of just going with the skin underneath the what do you call it, underneath the neck. It's just this armor is not how I like to do my armor, and it kind of looks. It's one of those things where it could be like I could change like a thing and it would look awesome, but it just doesn't look awesome to me. I hate to destroy so much of this like stuff, but I'm just really not digging it. The chest plate here kind of works for me. I learned not to give too much comments in the process art and just trust the process. Yeah, no, I usually do not. I know what you mean, yeah. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Sorry, guys. I hate to do this, but it just isn't. I'm just not in love with it. It's like I don't like it. Like it didn't look like that in the sketch, and then like the further I went down this road, that's way too much. Sorry guys, I gotta use all of my brain power right now to kind of fix the situation. Let me use this really quick. Sorry, I'm not looking at the comments right now, guys. I need to rescue this armor set here, so at least I like it. At least I have to like it. Even like the way this is, like the shape of it doesn't make sense right now. It's like looks like a I think what happened was I wasn't very careful in my sketch. One second. Give me 1 second. Sorry, heard the dog make throw-up noises. I'm like, I could have swore I heard him make throw-up noises. Jesus. He's outside now. I think the big problem is when I should have made like these kind of shapes going down should have been really simplified, and then I could have added things to it instead of doing like something complicated and not really paying attention. So I kind of drew myself into a problem where I couldn't like replicate things easily because there was a lot of confusing junk going on. I'm having to kind of like reconstruct. This is like what you don't want to be doing, is like reconstruct stuff. Good night, says Semper. I feel like this erasing is tearing at my soul. Yeah, I know. I totally get it. Same. Man, there's so much stuff that's like kind of messed up now. I gotta like make sure that things kind of. Yeah, see, that's a pickle you don't want to end up in your drawing. Misery says, "Dude, hi, still going hard. Hey, very nice. Thanks, guys. I had to kind of redo some of the paneling here because I wanted sort of under armor kind of a thing, like under armor underneath him. And oh boy, did I walk into a pickle." I realized as I was rendering the old armor set that I hated it with a burning passion, and I'm like, I can't leave it like this. I just can't do it. But it's like the shapes weren't dragony, they were like vampiric. Not saying you can't have a vampiric kind of a vibe with a dragon, I guess, but I don't know. I needed to change it. It just didn't feel right to me. 10 hours, sheesh, dang. What the? Let me do a quick little. Where are we at with Yes, it's 9 Celsius outside. It's like warm. The only thing difficult for me is art, and I can pursue that on my own. I'd like to be close to my family in Germany, but also, wait. I thought you were in the U.S. Navy. Wait, can you be a German? Join the U.S. Navy? Is that a thing? But also, that can wait for another year if I went to Asia. Otherwise, it's a matter of finances and timing, not so much the prospect of a job at this point. I hope it happens after I leave this plane. Thanks, guys. If I went to Asia, then I can always visit my German family over holidays instead of language study. Nice, man. I'm a German American. My mother is German and naturalized to be American. I'm a natural born American. Gotcha. You, woo, you are going ham. Thank you, man. Thank you. I swear to God, I've never had this much trouble with this. I feel like I'm super struggling right now with this armor. See, the rendering part isn't too bad. It's just like, be patient and just kind of push through. Actually, I think I'm gonna replicate this right here all over. That needs to be like that. I need to push back those rivets. But I think that's gonna look really good. I just need to. Actually, I kind of really like what's going on there. I'm gonna just replicate that. Man, that was. I think I'm out of the pickle. I see the light now. But for a second there, I'm like, wow, I hate this. Honestly, I think I was born in the wrong country. I'm not a fan of Brazil. A few of my friends in the U.S. Navy were Brazilian. In 2009, when my ship went to Northern Europe, there was a Brazilian ship in our group. I saw a documentary about the Marines last month. It even made me want to be from the USA. It's nice. It's nice being here to provide distractions, but also enjoy the process of arting so as to improve yourself. Right, yeah. I'm an American from the South. First Transit says, I love this piece. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Jen says, alright, guys. Have to go. Have an amazing night, everyone. Thanks for stopping by, Wolfgang. Nice. I do enjoy a good dragon drawing. Thank you for the follow, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The power. Indeed, it's because of dragons are cool. True. Especially with how they can look. Nice. The U.S. military has lots of people who gain citizenship during service. Can always try the recruiting office. I wish I can draw right now. I wish I could draw right now. Yeah. Yeah, understandable. I'm always in the mood to draw. Most days I'm like down to draw for hours. I think it's much more clearly communicated that this is armor, I think now. I can't because of my situation. Past that stage, man. It's new again, but I'm 32. This is Dragon from Gamer TV series. No, I'm just making it up. It reminded me of the White Dragon, a dragon from GOT. I'm trying to remember what game that is. GOT. Oh, Game of Thrones. Gotcha. Yu-Gi-Oh, Game of Thrones. Yeah, somebody said it reminded them of Blue Eyes or something like that. Brazil is cool too, nice people and all. There's always bad things about all countries. Try putting... Not America. Not America. No, I'm just kidding. Try putting Brazil first despite its flaws, and hopefully we can have prosperous world after the current tariff situation abates. Lurk gonna have a cig. Nice, man. Yeah, enjoy a cigarette. The problem isn't even the country, it's the politicians. They ruin the people. Brazil will always be mediocre. It will never get out of the rut it's in, unfortunately. Yeah, politicians know how to make things not awesome. That's for sure. I have my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I'm going to look for the White Dragon. Isn't that like a really a rare card? I follow a Brazilian streamer. He is quite cool, but the streams Genshin Impact, so I'm not sure if that's your cup of tea. Also, these things right here kind of don't make any sense. Why did I put them there? I can't even think what I could turn this into. Yeah. Man, they kind of turned it into a confusing mess right there, those things. Thank you for the follow. Preach. Thank you. I really hate to do this, the whole erasing thing. But let me let my dog back in. How long does a job like this usually take? It's hard to say because I was working on this piece I showed you guys the one I finished today. So it's not really. This is kind of the beginning phase of this, but this is what we finished today. For those who weren't here, I still gotta post this. I literally finished this and just went straight to the dragon. So I don't know. Usually, probably like a 25-hour-ish for like a full scale thing like this. I want to Uber render it out, so I'm gonna do all kinds of tricks to like soften it up and then re-render it and make it look super like almost like digital art kind of thing. U.S. military even takes people who are 40. So if you want to become U.S. citizen, we'd love to have you, and it's an option open for you despite being 32. Wolfgang is running game for the what do you call it? Like he's I think he's a recruiter, bro. He might be a recruiter. Wolf in college. If I were I met several girls from Germany. It's that kind of like me, but I had a GF at the time. He had to fight off women. Future Will. He just had to fight them off. Let me let the dog back in. He was making throw up noises, so I had to let him outside very quickly. Let me let him in really quick. Your boy's back. Your boy's back. Wolf running game for the Navy recruiters. I'm telling you, he might be a recruiter. This is a good idea. Catch them younglings on streams. This is a good idea. I respect it. I respect the game. I myself do not want to be on a ship. I do not want to be near water. I don't even like being near water. I don't like when there's too much water in my cup. That's how much I don't like it. It's a really long monitor where you monitor your stream. Well, this is my ultra wide. This is where I check OBS. This is the only monitor that costs any real money. The rest of them are cheapy $100 monitors. This TV in front of me is running off of that computer. That's from high school days. It just keeps not dying, so I keep using it. And then I have a tiny monitor here for a reading chat. So I have enough electronics that if it's not too cold outside, I just generate enough heat to just not use heat. Navy has a construction force if you don't like water. I don't know. I've heard things. I'm not looking for employment in the military, but I heard that sometimes the military says a thing, and then like they go, hey, we need you to do this other job. Wolforo's, your workstation already kind of looks like a submarine sonar room. Thank you. Yeah, but I'm not underwater. I don't know, you know what I mean? You don't know how you're going to react. I might get in a submarine, and when I hear that creaking, when they shut the valve or whatever, the hatch, sorry, and they go, get ready for a 3-month get ready to be, here for like 3 months straight. I might not like it as much as romantic as it sounds. And I mean romantic in the old way, not the way people, they kind of gotta obligate the contract. So if you don't get the job you go in for, you could just reject them. I honestly can't see myself in the military. I'm 35. I feel like sometimes when I miss sleep, I feel so terrible. You can't have me in the military. It's like it's for the younglings. It's for those who, you know what I mean. We get the best food. I believe it. Yeah. They're gonna want to do. Hey, we're gonna not sleep for 3 days to test you, and I'm like, okay, I fail. I don't want to not sleep for 3 days. I'm good. Wow, that's a long time drawing. Your hands and shoulder must be sore. Well, this is I have this lifted desk. It's angled, and I do one of these. Like I'll lean on it. You know what I mean? I've throughout the years of like learned enough positions where like I'll elbow into my leg, I'll elbow on the table. I know how to switch it up, or I'll just switching to I don't know, Indian style, and sitting like this and letting my legs down. You just gotta do movements, and then you're good. You just can't sit in the same spot. And I think I'm also the kind of person that I can't sit normal. Like I can't have my legs down like that. It bothers me. I have to keep changing it up. So I just naturally kind of change my back position. I think that's the important thing is you gotta like rest your back in different positions. I'll look you up. I'm interested. Nice. We feed you healthy food. Quote. No, I'm sure the Navy food is good. My first meal in boot camp was cake. I had actual cake for breakfast. It's because I went up on the night of October 12th, and the Navy's birthday was on October 13th. Wolfgang, who eats the worst in the military? Like, what branch gets the worst food? On average, right? Because obviously, like, well, they're in Chow Hall, but, like, I imagine the Army... Now, I'm going to say that just because, like, they're in the field, and you gotta... it's harder to deliver food, so they probably have to eat those ration packets. The Nutri packs they get. Here's a Japanese manga artist I know who has serious back problems from drawing so much. Yoshihiro Togashi. Probably the Army. Yeah. I just don't have... I will say this. If I started having back issues, the trick to getting rid of back issues, this is not medical advice, and it should never be misinterpreted as such. The way you fix back problems, again, this is not medical advice, and in no way am I giving you medical advice, but what I started doing was kettlebell, very carefully at first, because my back was in pain, and I worked out, like, just nothing crazy, just regular, daily, every morning, 20 minutes with a kettlebell, and my back just came back, and I never had issues. I actually stopped working out, but yeah. I would say definitely, like, again, not medical advice and should not be misinterpreted as such, but what I did carefully is kettlebell. Focusing on the back and stuff like that. Boot camp was actual regards. Boot camp was actual regards making food. I swear the best food that I ever had was their food. I don't think we're allowed to say that word. I disavow. But no clue how food is worse. The Marines ate crayons. I classify myself as a regard. I understand. I'm trying to keep it like family friendly. Sorry, I think the music was out of control there. I couldn't hear myself. It was like super loud. But I get it. I need to exercise too. I'm starting to feel my age and my back is bothering me. Again, not medical advice, kettlebells. So what happened to the dog? I hope he didn't barf up or felt sick. He did not have time to barf because I know that noise and I immediately ran over there and I let him outside. I just don't know why he tries to do it quietly, but I can hear him and I'm like, bro, just go towards the door and it's fine. I can't get him to like go towards the door. He just quietly sits there, but I'm like, what is that? You know what I mean? Like I can hear it from a mile away. Cause he lays in my bed and then he sits up and then he'll throw up in my bed. I don't know that one. He isn't famous here. Met. He isn't. I don't know that one. But yeah, those people had obvious bodily and mental disabilities. However, given that they were allowed a chance to cook our food, I think they preferred that and took great pride in having that be their task instead of being stuck under their care all the time. So yeah, regard, but they loved their life and they did way better at their job than normal people. Right. As for joining the U.S. military and doing citizenship, I just know that it exists, and actual recruiter would be better to talk to. But he'd have to be in the country legally. He would have to talk to a recruiter to do that. He would already have to be. I know they got programs like that, but he'd have to be in the country on legal terms to activate that, right? Because if you're here illegally, you know, I don't know, or however that works out for the individual. I avoided mentioning it, but since you brought it up, I'm so much happier with this armor than what I had before. So, Wolfgang, do you know German since your parents are German, you said? I only know Guten Tag and then words I learned from listening to Rammstein. So, it's fair to say influence, but ich kann ist bisschen Deutsch sprechen. I'm gonna assume sprechen means like speech or talk. The other words I don't know. I've heard each. I can a little German speak. Ah, I see. I see. Noise. Yeah, I can hold a conversation in Russian, but it's like my grammar's off. And a lot of times I just say like half American words. I'll just say like kind of like I'll just butcher some of the words and just make them up kind of and they sound Russianish. No worries, I don't think he would take offense. I follow two Brazilian streamers that don't know each other and I introduced to each other the other day. They were fast friends. I jokingly mentioned how come you didn't know each other. Thank you for the follow. Man, the world is interesting. You know what I mean? So many interesting people. At work, I know someone. Oh my god, you guys have no idea how many times I've had someone come to me, like some American guy who had his heart broken by some Russian girl, and they would for some reason think I knew her, and they'd be like, "Do you know Natasha?" I'm like, "No." What? Why would I know some random? It was the craziest thing. It was the craziest thing. Like, people think you know people that are from a country that has like like millions of people. Held a message, race, ethnicity. Oof, let me read that first. Hold on. When people call me white, I disagree and say I'm German. I hate the French. We love the French. Here we love all our frog friends and baguettes. It's not. Yeah, like it's sort of like I guess maybe they were in the same area, so they thought maybe like they thought like I wouldn't have known them from because like we would all be like in communication. But yeah, I'm like. France has been consistently number 2 on my analytics charts for a year now. I stand with the French. I stand with my frog friends. It's a joke about being German and the Germans always attacking Paris in world wars. No, I get it. I get it. I just do the frog jokes, which I'm sure they're very tired of, but it's all I got. My comedy is very limited. because being called white is like calling brown. Europe is very fragmented, like the rest of the world, but around the Ottoman caught me. Yeah, once you're in America, they do not people like don't care about like your division of white. You just fall in that like you just same category. Um, Very good. The only kind of like something that could be described as racism happened to me is like when I was installing cable up in Chicago and I worked with Polish people. It's usually the other Slavs that will be racist. Um, I follow a lot of streams here on Twitch. I discovered this social network 4 days ago, and I've been using it since then. I was never interested in it before, and everyone I see isn't Brazilian. Could be considered. Could this be considered desertion? I read in the book where an investigator is asking a black person if he, oh my god, where's this going? A black person if he knows another black person, and the guy replied, "I have news for you. We blacks don't know each other. I don't understand the yellow or red designations either. They both look white and tan at times." Jipochi and I don't even know each other. Wait, are you serious? You're both Filipino. What do you mean you don't know each other? Here in Brazil, you would be arrested for that. They claim to be politically correct. In Brazil? It's considered racism. There is a comedian here who is being sentenced to 8 years in prison for making a joke. In Brazil? No, no, Wolfgang, please don't do that. I don't know where that joke is going. He's very famous. Leo Lins, the pilot. I'm like, please don't do this to me. I honestly did not. Well, I don't know anything about Brazil, like at all. But I didn't. I did not know Brazil was like. Brazil's been having some issues. That is interesting. I did not. Do you know what's worse? The person who reported him went to his private show, paid to get in, recorded it, reported him. The woman was a journalist. The judge who sentenced him 8 years is a friend of Alexandre de Morelos from the Supreme Court. They're prosecuting a lot of people here. Bro, so I mean, was the joke like it was a joke? I feel like if you know it's a joke, like if you're at the comedy show, you know what I mean. It's kind of like you know the context of what's being said is a joke. You're signing up for an experience that is like you might get offended. Kind of. That's my mentality. Is like these are going to be jokes. They might be kind of, you know what I mean. It's like it might be. I don't know. I thought America was the only one that's like super like let's say sensitive towards that kind of a thing. The book I'm telling about is Cuckoo's Calling by Robert Galbraith, aka J.K. Rowling. WTF, 11 hours. Guys, we're just getting warmed up. The first 11 hours is like getting warmed up. Laughing my ass off. I understand that. Good morning to you too. Stone Home Games, man. Late night. Hey, y'all. This is a subathon. Well, now, if I'm at 11 hours, I might as well go 12 hours at least. You know what I mean? Like, I gotta hit 12 hours. You know what I mean? At this point, you might as well just... Like, I used to work 12-hour shifts, and they were depressing. 12 hours drawing. Good waffles. This is not the 12 hours. Because I finished the other one, and then I moved on to this one. So this is not 12. This is not 12 hours of work. This is, I don't know how many hours, but this is not 12. And I had to stop and redo some stuff here. It was very hard to do, but I had to erase a lot of very crucial infrastructure. I don't have to work tomorrow, so I'm good. Nice, man. Good. Yes, but drawing for 12 hours is so insane to me. Good on you, though. Well, there's been a lot of babbling. There's been a lot of running my mouth. There's a lot of me reading chat and listening to veteran stories. So, I'm going to get up at 9 a.m., though. Nice. Not me. I'm planning for around 11, maybe 12. I'm going to sleep in, probably. Here in Brazil, it's like this. If you're a leftist, you can kill someone, which the Constitution prohibits even the justice system from doing. But if you're a right-winger and you step on someone's toe, that person has connections up there, your life is over. In Brazil, I didn't even know, but I'm good. A lot of Yaptivity, Yapity chat. Yeah, chat has been super active today. Called transgender person a man. Yeah, those are issues I avoid on this channel. I walk around all that. Like, I do a big circle around all that. It was in all the international newspapers, which I don't read. I used to draw 12 hours for work as well. Nice. not me. In the other side of the globe, you don't want to consider trans to the gender they're claiming to be? Wait. In the other side of the globe, they don't want to consider trans the gender they're claiming to be. It's a troublesome topic. Yeah. Yeah. You can acquire enemies without meaning to? For sure, it's a landmine to step on, for sure. We keep our politics to space wars around here. Yeah, let's talk about something fun. Anything else? I have nothing against it. People can even think it's a nail. I think it means nail. Just don't try to impose your reality on me. I'm reading chat, by the way. Funny, I didn't see any of them go to the Middle East to protest. That was me reading a comment, by the way. Just to be clear. What inspired this drawing? Somebody on YouTube chat said they wanted a dragon, and I'm like, you know what? Why not draw a dragon? And I decided I haven't drawn a dragon for a while. Powerful dragons have names. Do you take on freelance work or do you work full time for a specific company? By the way, thank you for the follow. I appreciate the follow. 1800. Thank you guys. I appreciate. I do like basically as far as if I do freelance work. Like let's say for a company, I just kind of work with people I know, and then with commissions and stuff, if I like someone, I'll do it. But I'm not like, I'm kind of like, I like these people, I work with them, but I'm not like, look, you know what I mean? I don't push the work. Well, especially now, I got a lot of stuff going in the background that I have to do for making money, so it's, I don't know how much time I'm going to have to draw, if that makes sense. So it's kind of difficult for me to, so basically I work kind of selectively. I'm not trying to super push the making money off of art because for no reason. It just wasn't making enough money, so like I kind of decided to go in a different direction as far as making money, and I do this for the kind of like the love of the, I'm married to the game. Powerful dragons have names. Do you want to give me an example? I try not to discuss some of the stuff unless it directly affects me. I'm curious how space treaty allows us to colonize space. How do we get Space Wars to start? Well, what I personally want is something like Helldivers or Starship Troopers. I want essentially a united federal Earth to fight against like bugs. That's what I want to see, unironically, in the future for humanity. Fight the bugs, exactly. Well, servers guarantee citizenship. By the way, I was thinking about doing a Starship Troopers one where they're standing in columns saying I'm doing my part. Um, it's said that such skill doesn't pay as well. No, it does. I just don't know how to do it. There are people making money off of art. I just don't get it. Or part of it is my fault. I've had like commissions offered to me, and then like I was like the commission is like sometimes a commission would be like kind of like logistically difficult. I don't want to talk about it because it's kind of like you know, but it's kind of like I don't even know how to execute some of the things they were asking for because of the scale and stuff. And I was just like, I don't think I can do this, like, because if it was a digital thing, it'd be like super easy to do. You just increase the pixels and just draw the whole, you know. But being as it's traditional, it's like if something goes wrong somewhere, then it's really difficult to kind of execute. So I've kind of like probably stopped. I didn't say yes to a lot of things, and it kind of Slipknot fan, yes sir, I am still streaming. 11 hours, AGS. Yo, I was about to start drawing though. Hey AGS, they went to sleep, woke up, and I'm still streaming. Nice. How's India, my man? How's India? So this combo has gone from military talk, international controversy, to Foro's financial art situation. What the? Yeah. Powerful Dragon, Smog, or Nicholas Bolas? Yeah, but if I say Smog, it has to be Smog. For getting the recruiting for U.S. military as well as our discussions of education? Yeah. I understand I'm taking on jobs for both agencies and freelancers to earn good money. Yeah. Hey, Wolf. Lol, yep. But checking the trajectory, I think we're clearly steering away from positive, happy art stuff, lol. Loving the new armor. Thank you, yeah. I stopped myself a few times on many things. Yeah. Do you do digital as well? If so, what hardware do you use? Well, I only use Krita for enhancing my pictures. Like I kind of adjust the contrast and things of that nature. So that's kind of where I am with that. Krita, I don't do digital, but I kind of use Krita to enhance, kind of do like the final touches before I do the post. But I don't dislike digital or anything like that. I just kind of like this format. The dragon is top class. Thank you, Slipknot fan. Slipknot, were you here when I started the dragon? Looks like a book cover. Yeah, could be. I opened YouTube in the morning, and the first thing I saw was your stream, lol. I know my day is gonna go awesome. Nice, man. I realize how time-consuming it is to sketch things with any sort of detail. Well, yeah. Just to be clear, this is not the result of 12 hours of work, because I had to finish the other picture first, and then I just straight on grabbed another piece of paper and started the next one. And also, you got to keep in mind that when we were doing the veteran story talks, we did a lot of yapping. There was a lot of me just reading chat, so that was very interesting. I love listening to veteran stories about their time in there. I'm like, bro, like that is super interesting. Tell me everything that you legally can tell me. I like doing it myself too. If I try to go fast, it doesn't turn out well. Yeah. Show us the prior art again. I prefer to paint. My line work is terrible. Coolio, that's a good idea. Let's do a recap of what we did. This is what I finished earlier. It's a 3D printing human facility, and they do like resin printing. And inside the water, you see like the man in the bubble. They just kind of have a womb, and they. I think the perspective turned out really well here. I like the way the perspective, and so now they're just these feral synthetic people that live in the catacombs of the old world. So that's the main premise here that I kind of made up as I was drawing. And the pipes are filled with biomass goo that they would use to print the humans, or I call them synthetics. They're not legally real humans. It's 6:40 a.m. Nice. It's still dark in England. Nice. 6:40. Yeah, this time of year it's just dark all the time. Can be a visual novel cover. I think that would be dope. Slipknot fan. This music is like what your people would like listen to. Like 100 years ago. Not 100, what was it? This is like probably 1500s, so 500 years ago, something like that. It's 12 a.m. here. Oh, so it's nighttime for you. Okay. I thought it was like morning again in India. My bad. Medieval music. There was a hilarious joke on the Mighty Bush. We're getting bubonic plague with this one. Nice. I really want to get that t-shirt that says, it has a red on it. It had like a picture of a red on it, and it said like 1409 or something, the European tour. The bubonic plague. I forget what the year was, but it was something like that. I want to get that shirt. Have you seen the covers of Aragon books? They are just like 3/4 profile of a dragon taking their passport portrait. I have seen the Aragon one. Yeah, I have seen the Aragon. Yeah, I remember that. I actually bought like the book. Did I finish reading it? No. See, Aragon was a franchise that almost became, because they made a video game of Aragon. They made a movie. They were clearly hoping for that to be like another like Harry Potter kind of they thought they had Harry Potter energy or Lord of the Rings energy, but they just couldn't. Your art is cooler, to be honest. Oh, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I think Aragon. They were really they picked that up because I think I read the book before Aragon became kind of known. Like, like you and me know about Aragon. I bought a book. I know they made a video game. Like I said, they were trying to get that off the ground and turn that into another Harry Potter or like a Lord of the Rings, and it just didn't have that. It just didn't have the energy. For whatever reason, they just never culminated in any real, like a real household name. It just gets brought up. Aragon just gets brought up, but it's kind of. I don't want to say it's dead or anything. I'm not saying the books are bad or anything, but it kind of just never took off, like I think people were hoping for. Is that a winged dragon or something? Maybe ice, or just a normal one? Oh, wind dragon. It's just a fire breathing, good old fire breathing dragon. They fizzled out. Yes, kind of sad though. The blood sucking fairies got more famous. Oh, you do you mean the? Oh, are you talking about Twilight? I was never a big Twilight guy. I dated a girl that more or less forced me to watch it, but I don't want to say forced because that would be too strong. But I felt like I had to watch it, and I didn't. I was surviving. Two guys entered a music contest. They were saying, "What can we do to win?" They said, "Retro is hot," and one says something like, "Let's go where no retro band has ever gone before." Nice. And the next moment, we see them performing medieval music on stage. I see. That is funny. That is really funny. Or a mutated snake. No, it's a dragon. Yeah, that's about as retro as you can get. Slipknot fan, we should make our gaming like a regular part of the show. The us playing Battleship or Connect 4. my classmates brought me to watch the first movie. Let's just say it isn't the vampire movie I expect. My classmates brought me to watch the first movie. Let's just say it isn't the vampire movie. Yeah, I mean they definitely marketed it more towards, I think, like teenage girls, right? Like it was like I mean that's what it was. It was more for teenage girl kind of vibes. Damn. I gotta fix that now. This kind of goes. Kind of goes more like that. On the other side, I gotta. The gaming is pretty fun, yeah. I need to figure out how to play Guess Who again. It's pretty fun. Nice. Yeah, we'll have to do that. The Hunger Games series looks badass though. I'll give him that. I actually I unironically enjoyed Hunger Games. Like I really did. I thought Hunger Games was good. I like to read the books, but alas, no time. And I was still salty. It is a Battle Royale plot copy. Yeah, I really, honestly, like, as the movies went on with the Hunger Games, I thought they got better. And I actually kind of enjoyed them a lot. I heard Twilight isn't as great, but as a vampire completionist, I may check them out. You haven't seen Twilight? I don't blame you. Leaf says hi. Hey, man. Haven't seen you here in a while. The Battle Royale is brutal, though. It isn't for teenagers. Oh, is it like Lord of the Flies? Like kind of like that a little bit? I've seen the Asian Lord of the like the original Lord of the Flies or whatever, and I thought it was. At least I think that's what I saw. On the contrary, HP movies don't live. Harry Potter movies didn't live up to my expectations, but I like the books. Yeah, I watched the first two. I watched the first two Harry Potter movies, and then I stopped. But I didn't mind them or anything. They were fine. But yeah, I wasn't. You know what I mean? I thought the first movie was great, especially like at the age I saw it. I think like. Not to like I feel like when I was when like our school took us to the theater to go because it was a big deal. Harry Potter was like really big in our school, and I think the teachers loved it. They organized when the movie came out, going to the theater and watching it, and it was pretty special. But after that, I lost interest after the second movie, but. I still like them. You know what I mean? I might still go back and watch all of them. Now that they're all out and I can just go pick them up. To be fair, I read the books first, so my expectations were high. Yeah, it's hard if you connect with a book. It's hard for the movie to reach the same breadth and depth that a book can achieve. Plus, I think part of the issue is that I think part of the reason people say the book was a lot better is because you're rendering the characters and the way things look inside your head in a way that is going to be most preferable to your consciousness, or you know what I mean? So you're gonna see everything through the lens that you want, you know, visually inside your head when you're reading the book. So when the movie comes out and it's skewed, even if it's awesome, it's not gonna be like the same juice. The common theme for Battle Royale and Hunger Games is there is a governing agency that forced them to delete each other. I checked premise of Lord of the Flies, and it appears that they got stranded there, left to their own devices. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure, but I just said that because they had like you know, kids fighting and stuff to the death, kind of a thing. I didn't know what the main thing was.